Hello again, everybody, and welcome. The WWE is going full steam ahead to Survivor Series with more stars than there are in the heavens. And AEW went full gear in reverse with a crew fit for cable access. A complete analysis right here today on the Jim Cornette Experience. And joining me, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you. He's in high gear and he's high strung, but one way or another, he's high. The great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again. Can't comment if I'm high or not, but the Cosmic Rabbi of Wrestling is here to help everyone with my stupidity and bad music.
The Cosmic Rabbi of Wrestling. That sounds like a Dusty Rhodes type of thing. He's the Cosmic Rabbi. The first time I saw Dusty on TV in probably 1976 on Atlanta TV. He had sent a tape from Florida. I know that now. But it just, I'm at my Uncle Harold's watching.
Where'd you think it was coming from?
Well, no, because I'm 15 years old. I don't know how they're working all this TV yet with the sending of the videos back and forth, but it's on Atlanta TV, Georgia Championship Wrestling. I'm at my Uncle Harold's. He's got the early cable. And it's the first time I got to see the show, and they played the interview with Dusty, and he's got what did you call those furry hats he used to wear? It was like a furry hat, and he's got the fur coat on and the goddamn all the tie-dyed colors. And he says, psychedelic camera lady, cosmic camera lady, close in and get a close-up of my $1 million smile. And it was just different than anything that,
I don't know if I ever told you this story, but you just made me think of it. I've always liked those kind of hats, maybe not as furry as the ones Dusty wore, but I always thought those kind of hats were cool. You know, I saw Fat Albert cartoons when I was a kid. I was like, man, those hats are fucking cool.
That's the way it was a furry Fat Albert hat. I don't know what they call them.
So when I was a kid, the freight elevator operator in one of the buildings that my family rented office space from on Varick Street in Manhattan was this guy Leroy. Old African-American gentleman, just cool to a kid like me. He was so cool to me. He would talk to me, and he knew I liked his hat. He got me one of those hats, like a red leather version of that hat. And I looked ridiculous. I was like an 8-year-old white kid, so I couldn't wear it. So I really like Leroy.
You look ridiculous as a 40-something-year-old white man.
Well, thank you very much. So I really liked Leroy. And then one year, for Christmas break at school, me, my sister, my mom, and I think that was it. We went down to Florida to my grandparents' house a day before my dad. My dad was going to spend another day in the office and just close up shop for the break. My dad leaves the office, says, good night, Leroy. I'll see you when I get back. Leroy says good night. We all liked him. The next day, my dad flies out of Kennedy Airport that night. I think it was Kennedy. My dad flies to Florida that night. The next morning.
You're not going to tell me something bad happened to Leroy.
The next morning, I think it was the Miami Herald. If it wasn't, it was the Sun Sentinel. We got them both in Pompano. Front page of the fucking paper. Minutes after my dad left the building on Varick Street, the FBI raided the building, which wasn't the first time because they also raided the fucking porno people in the building. But the FBI raided the building and arrested Leroy in like 1956 in Florida. That's why it was on the front page of the paper in Florida. He shot a cop.
What?
And he was never caught. And I think it was a cop. He shot a cop and he was on the run. They never found him. And somehow they found him because my dad couldn't believe it. He's like, look who's on the fucking front page of the paper in Florida. The day after he said, I'll see you tomorrow or I'll see you when we come back.
And he saw him in 20 to 30 years.
Well, that's my cool floppy hat story.
Well, what did you make sure that Leroy had adequate legal representation?
No, I don't know what happened to Leroy after that. But
well, he's a family friend.
Every time there was a family vacation, something crazy like that would happen. Right before the family
with Leroy?
No, with just anything. One year, when Andy Warhol died in '87, because we did all the commercial printing for anything involving Andy Warhol. As soon as he died, this guy, Rupert Smith, who was like a sales guy working for Andy Warhol, ran into the factory and started signing everything. Andy Warhol, Andy Warhol. So there's like thousands of Andy Warhols out there from this guy and other guys that are signed Andy Warhol that have nothing to do with Andy Warhol. It's a Rupert Smith.
Rupert.
There's like 5 art dealers who listen to this show who are losing their fucking minds right now. But yeah, that's my floppy hat story. I always thought that hat was cool. Not on Dusty though. Dusty pulled it off because it matched his fur coat, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a set.
I don't know why
I don't know where he got either one of them. Why are you yelling?
I don't know why I'm yelling at you.
Why are you so fucking upset? You're so aggressive today.
This one's for Leroy.
Well, yeah, and what justice for Leroy? Okay, somebody has to fucking get that sign on Dynamite.
Justice for Leroy?
Weeks. Justice for Leroy.
Well, again, if he shot a cop and was on the run, maybe this was was justice for Leroy. I hate to say it.
It was all alleged. From 1956 to you were 8 years old would have been fucking 25 years or whatever.
It was about a woman. I want to say it was over a woman.
Well,
they had the picture
justifiable.
Of him. They had the picture of him when he was young in the paper. It had to be at some point between, I wish I could narrow it down. It was between like 88 and 91. But, yeah. The plight.
You know what? The best if the picture in the newspaper, he would have been wearing the floppy hat. That would have been the best thing.
If they arrested him, if they had a picture of him getting arrested, he would have been wearing the floppy hat.
Justice for Leroy. That's the sign.
It's not the sign, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I'm telling you, I want to see that sign. I'm dying to see that sign on television. Poor Leroy deserves to be remembered after all this time.
On AEW Dynamite, I'd rather see a sign that says "Justice for the Wrestling Fans."
There is no justice for the wrestling fan. There's no justice in wrestling because the WWE fans are going berserk listening to the top guys talk about maybe wrestling one day. And the AEW fans are sitting on their hands watching these guys beat the shit out of each other for 20 fucking minutes. We'll talk about that program later on. But okay, I told you yesterday, and now you've stolen my thunder. You've already told now your story of your interaction with all these famous people. The guy who forged Andy Warhol's autograph and a guy who got his picture on the front page of the Pompano Beach fucking Guardian or whatever. I told you yesterday, I said, I've told you about the story of the 6 degrees of separation. There was an old game. Do the kids still do that kind of thing, or was that a 90s thing?
No, that was a thing, and then it was, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Any movie star could be traced back to Kevin Bacon.
Well, I have some 6 degrees of separations that don't involve any bacon or sausage or any other pork products. But I told you that I feel like I'm playing Name That Tune now. I can separate myself in 3 degrees from Robert Blake. And you said, what? And you had never heard that. Have I not told this story?
I don't remember this story. Was this during that period of time where you were murdering people's ex-wives or whatever was going on with Robert Blake?
No, what?
What happened with Robert Blake? Didn't he murder his ex-wife or hire someone to murder his ex-wife?
Yes, you mean to tell me that you are not completely versed in the entire saga of Robert Blake and the murder of his wife and the whole 9 yards and his fame and infamy and everything else.
I am familiar with a lot of it. He had a reputation for being a complete dick. The cast of Saturday Night Live said that when he hosted the show in like 82 or 83, whatever it was, he was like the biggest asshole. But I never bought him as a tough guy. He just looked like a little, I don't know, he just was like a little stout guy. I never bought him as being Mr. Street.
But that's the thing of it is, I think maybe it was a Napoleon complex, the little man type of thing. But for those uninitiated, because if Brian's not up on this, Robert Blake was a child star, a child actor, maybe not necessarily a big star.
He was a rascal. He was one of the rascals.
In the late 30s, early 40s, he was a little Mickey Gubatosi. He was Our Gang or Little Rascals, one of the iterations of those things. And then as he grew to adulthood, he had a dry spell there for a while, but then he got the part in Cold Blood, the movie adaptation of the Truman Capote book about the Clutter family being murdered, slaughtered in their home in Kansas. And it was a major motion picture. And everybody, he's the next James Dean. He's the greatest actor of our generation, right? And then makes a few movies. Okay, but then he gets the Beretta TV series. And he's one of the biggest stars. He's a private investigator, Beretta. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Don't do it. The theme song was all over the fucking place. And the best I watched Beretta when I was a kid. It was 73, 74, 75, 76. But the best part was him going on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. And they booked him because he was, as they say, he was a different kind of cat. You didn't know what he was going to fucking say. You didn't know whether he was going to say something off color, or you didn't know he was going to say something hilarious, or you didn't know he was going to go on some diatribe telling these stories about when he was a child actor and all of the world is on him. And you could tell he had psychological things going on, but it made for entertaining late night conversation on television. So then nobody hears much of Robert Blake for a while. And then maybe you can Google and find the year. But then in the early 90s, his wife gets murdered in their car. They had been to a restaurant out in Los Angeles, and then they went back to their car. And then his story was, he said, "Oh, I forgot my gun in the booth in the restaurant. I need to go back to the restaurant and get my gun." And then he goes back to the restaurant, starts telling him, "I lost my gun. I left my gun here. Where's there's my gun." Meanwhile, his wife is sitting in the car way down the lonely street from the restaurant, and she gets shot and killed. Right? That's the story. And they arrested him, and there was a big trial. And come to find out,
for a little man, 5'4",
a big trial for a little man. But his wife was named Bonnie Lee Bakley. And she also, there's been documentaries on this. I saw one several years ago, and even some of the details escaped me, but she had been also involved with Christian Brando, the son of Marlon Brando.
He was involved in a lot of stuff.
He was involved in a lot of stuff. Google him, kids. Did he kill himself? Wink, wink. Or did he actually get shot by somebody? How did he die?
No, he, I believe, killed his sister's lover, and then his sister killed herself. And the rumor is that he's the father of one of Michael Jackson's children. I believe the youngest of the children, that it was his DNA actually used, or his sperm, or whatever the fuck. But, yeah.
if
he was Michael Jackson's bodyguard for years.
If you dig into that, you find out that Christian Brando and Robert Blake both thought at one time that they were the father of Bonnie Lee Bakley's baby. Say that a number of times quick. And I don't even know what their marital status was at the time that she was murdered. He didn't like her at all, Robert Blake, and he had, I think, moved her into a house on the back of his property, but he loved the kid that he thought was his, but Christian Brando had thought it was his, and there was a whole big drama over that. And anyway, so he was arrested, and he was tried on this thing, and goddamn now, how did he get off? I'm trying to remember.
With a sock.
Oh, come on.
Dirty little man.
But the point is, this was, I think, maybe right before the O.J. Simpson thing. It didn't.
No, it was after.
Was it after? Okay. It was right after. It didn't get as much coverage.
2001 was when she was murdered. He was arrested in 2002. He was acquitted in 2005.
Okay.
Then there were civil cases. Her 3 children filed a civil case. And in 2005, a jury found Blake liable for wrongful death and ordered him to pay $30 million. And then he filed for bankruptcy. And
then he found he's never paid a thing. And boy, now he looks like he's got to be 80 years old now or whatever.
He's dead now.
Oh, is he dead? He died a few years ago, didn't he?
He died, yes, March 9th, 2023 at the age of 89.
Okay, yeah, because the gray hair had taken over and he was shriveled up and everything. But the point is, the 3 degrees of separation. Bonnie Lee Bakley, they come to find out when they do all these investigations over her murder, was running some kind of several enterprises, including she had a Lonely Hearts thing going on where she would correspond with men looking for companionship, and then somehow she'd either move in with them or avail herself of some of their money. And that was that's how she got pregnant and, was milking Brando and Blake. And also, she was doing a candid photography business. 'Cause back before the internet, and if you were collecting pornography of the homemade sort rather than the professionally produced stuff, you had post office boxes, you had people putting ads, and they would trade things back and forth and sell, like, here's $15 for a portfolio of 5 candid photos. Or if you're pen pals with someone, then you would say, well, I want a picture of you, Brian, riding a lawnmower, and I'll send you a picture of me dribbling a basketball or whatever. Well, I knew a young lady who was an avid collector and aficionado of the home exchange porn industry.
The home exchange porn industry.
Well, now it's a big deal. The amateurs, the pornography featuring amateurs, they're all professional. They're getting paid. They're doing this as a business. It was like the underground tape traders of the Wrestling Observer newsletter, but for porn.
Only back then, everyone was hairy.
Yes, either Harry or John Smith or some other kind of alias. But anyway, so when Bonnie Lee Bakley's photo was on the news as having been murdered, as I mentioned, this young lady that I knew that collected the amateur porn, I got pictures of her. She had actually ended up with pictures of Bonnie Lee Bakley and all of her various poses that she had been sending out before she hooked up into the let's have a kid by a movie star and milk that fucking racket. So I know a person who has pictures of the person that Robert Blake murdered in delicate poses.
Wow, Bonnie Lee Blake. Wow, she was from over here, Morristown, New Jersey. Who knew? She was 44 when she was murdered. She was married 10 times.
There you go.
44 years old, married 10 times. That's that's fucking crazy.
Does it mention her home enterprises?
Let's see. Bakley began a mail order business sending nude pictures of women, including herself, to men. She also ran Lonely Hearts ads in magazines and advertising. In magazines advertising for a male companion. After communicating with men who answered the ad, she would ask for money for rent or travel. She's like the GWF investor. Bakley's business and scams eventually afforded her enough money to buy several houses in Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh!
And one outside of Los Angeles. She pursued a Hollywood career as a singer and actor under the name Lee Bonnie, but was unsuccessful.
My Bonnie lies over the ocean. My Bonnie lies out in the street. My Bonnie got me in trouble because I shot her after we had something to eat.
In 1989, she was arrested in Memphis for drug possession and fined $300. In 1995, she was arrested for attempting to pass 2 bad checks from an account of a Memphis record company. So she was apparently tearing things up in the USWA territory in the late 80s and early 90s. She would have been good on TV as a valet. She would do anything, it seems like. Jesus.
Yeah, and then she could get married in the ring.
In 1990, Bakley began pursuing singer Jerry Lee Lewis.
Oh!
Bakley eventually did meet Lewis and eventually became close friends with his sister, Linda Gale. Can you imagine not marrying Jerry Lee Lewis and be like, well, I really saved myself there. That guy has guns and he's crazy and he's shooting at people and he's been accused of all sorts of shit.
But at least I'm friends with his sister.
I'll take this little guy over here, Robert Blake. She went after Dean Martin, Frankie Valli, and Gary Busey. She ended up with Christian Brando and then Robert Blake. But that's like aiming for A and getting D. I want Dean Martin and Frankie Valli. All right, you're going to date Marlon Brando's kid and Robert Blake, who's like 60.
But once it's failed with Gary Busey, isn't anything a step up?
That must be intense. Must be an intense relationship with Gary Busey. But this was 6 Degrees of Jim Cornette. Well,
3 degrees.
2 degrees. 3 degrees of Jim
3
Cornette.
degrees. Well, I'm 2 degrees from Bonnie Lee.
All right. Do you still have these photos?
No, I never had the photos. The
she had the
photos were in the
photos.
collection of the acquaintance of mine who was degree number 1 in the 3 degrees. When will I see you again? Wasn't that the 3 degrees?
Possibly.
Anyway, you know who else has got a home-based business, Brian?
No.
Yours truly.
Oh, congratulations.
The guy that's speaking to you right now, Cornette's Collectibles, based out of my garage, directly to the south of me, underneath my feet as we speak. It's Thanksgiving weekend. It's not, but it's coming. I don't know when the people are going to hear this. Sometime over the Thanksgiving festivities. And right now, and until December the 3rd, you've got a shot at the Midnight Express action figure collector set 4-pack, the big one with the book and the certificate of authenticity and the autographed photo, and the collector's display box with the 4 beautifully crafted figures of yours truly and the Midnight Express, $40 off at jimcornette.com until December 3rd when we go back to Sanity and bump it up to the regular price. And plus all the other stuff is on sale. And with all of the delays and problems that have been going on here at Castle Cornette and the health issues over at the Feather Bottoms, if you want anything by Christmas, domestically now, internationally, it's up to the gods. But if you want anything domestically, please order by December the 3rd so I can sign it, handcraft it, give it a kiss, lick it and stick it, and let the Feather Bottoms mail it, because this is not McDonald's. We don't just pre-sign these things and have them under a heat lamp. We do it to order. So jimcornette.com. The fine gifts for Christmas, or fine gifts for Christmas fans. Who's in your family that's a Christmas fan? The fine Christmas gifts for the wrestling fan in your immediate social circle is what I'm trying to say. Brian, how many people are in your immediate social circle? You counting now?
I'm on mute now, just having a great conversation with you.
Well, there you go. I wondered why I hadn't heard from you in a while.
That's exactly why. No, we have some breaking news. I was a little
oh, you were
distracted.
preoccupied.
Well, you know what?
What's broken now?
This is someone who I've actually been thinking about lately, him and his partners and their work, and I recently watched something, and I've been thinking about him. But at the age of, does it have an age here? Does it have an age here? At the age of 80, Airplane, Naked Gun, and Police Squad writer and director Jim Abrams has passed away.
And he's 80? He was 80 years old?
80.
That's too old, isn't it? How can he be that old?
Well,
he was just a young whippersnapper of a provocateur entering into the Hollywood space to do this classic movie when he was just a mere nipper, a mere of almost a gleam in his father's eye. He was a young man. How can he be 80 years old by now?
Well, there it is. I know you're a big fan of Airplane. That's why.
Yes, that's why. It was done by a young person. He was just barely older than me.
That's not true.
He couldn't have been, when they did Airplane, he couldn't have been more than 15 years older than me. So how did he end up being 80 when I'm only, shit. Well,
there it is. For those of you who are fans of Kentucky Fried Theater, there's some news for you. But
and Kentucky Fried Movie,
which came from Kentucky Fried Theater, but they weren't happy with it.
Yes, but I loved it. I have a VHS on my shelf in the TV room alongside the Groove Tube. Those were the 2 classic comedy movies of the 70s.
That's right. All right.
Well, why do you bring, so the guy that does stuff that I like is dead, and you've reminded me how fucking old I am now.
This is your show.
When I saw Airplane in the theater, I was barely able to goddamn drive. I figured he was only just a little bit older than me.
What do you think of the Naked Gun?
Well, I think somebody ought to put some fucking clothes on it. There's children present.
Did he write this conversation I'm having with you? No, surely you can't be serious.
Well, I am serious. Don't call me Shirley. No, I love the Naked and Police Squad, the series, the television series, 6 episodes. was all the people could take. They couldn't take any more greatness. And the fact that the guest star got murdered in every opening episode, or every opening bit of the episode, opening scene of the episode.
Well, speaking of opening bits getting murdered,
opening bits getting murdered. All right. Well, speaking of various crimes, let's talk about the cabinet. And Linda McMahon is going to be back in charge of something, apparently. As you know, in January 20th, the United States, for the first time in its history, starts being run as a criminal enterprise. And many stooges, sycophants, and other people talented in deception and deceit and criminality are being chosen to head every department responsible for anything in this country. And apparently Linda McMahon gets to head up the Department of Education, which, by the way, a lot of I can't even say Republicans now, the maggots, want to abolish the Department of Education. But Trump is going to let Linda run it while it's around.
This is what she's always wanted, was to buy her way into politics. She tried a couple times in Connecticut and was routinely rejected by the voters.
$100 million to run for Senate twice, right?
Vince McMahon crying at the back of the stage when she conceded. I'll never, ever forget that visual of him, because that's when he had his funny little haircut.
And that's when he realized he'd spent $100 million and she still didn't win.
But the point is, it was a concerted effort. They got her, I think, on the board of directors at Sacred Heart. She was a part of something in the state of Connecticut dealing with education, at which point it was revealed that she had lied.
Well,
saying that she had a degree in education when she didn't.
Hold on now. The reason why she started getting involved, I've read the piece, the puff piece that they did on her, where she said, I wanted to get involved in my local school board because of the issues, that blah, blah, blah. Linda McMahon running the business side of a multi-million-dollar company located in Stamford, Connecticut. They were trying to social climbing, is what Mama Cornette probably would have said, but they were trying to, Vince didn't interact with anybody unless it was in his world, but she was out there with all the other business people and the business leaders and the Chamber of Commerce types and the, high muckety mucks that have the conferences down at the Sheraton. And she figured out a way to get into the Board of Education, and that was her entree into meeting some people in politics and or having some level of experience in public service. And you ruined the punchline of the whole thing when you said that she didn't have a degree, because she actually told people when they were questioning why Linda McMahon, who's never taught anything to anybody in the way of education, in the way of a public school or a school teacher setting, should be the head of the Department of Education. It was revealed that, she graduated from East Carolina University or whatever, wherever she and Vince went. And she has a degree to teach. She's qualified to teach French. And then when they checked that meager, slim qualification to head the entire Department of Education for the United States of America, they found out, she said, I thought I had it. I thought I was qualified, but I'm not. I don't. She couldn't even get that when they tried to pass something as innocuous as that through. But that was the slimmest of, what a cover story. Well, yes, you can, the Department of Education that they want to abolish, by the way, and the only reason I've heard is that the right-wingers wanted to abolish the Department of Education is because they teach children in school things that happened, such as white people from Europe came over here and fucked the Indians out of their land and fucking made them sick and herded them onto reservations, or we kidnapped untold amounts of African people and brought them over here to do all the work under very unfavorable conditions or whatever else. They don't want to teach children what happened. So they're mad about that. So they want to abolish the whole thing. But in the meantime, they want somebody to run it that administers all of the grants, all of the federal money to the various schools for children to go and allegedly learn. It also distributes all the money for the special needs and the handicapped children in this entire country that are able to go to school to have the programs that they need to do whatever they need to do. But they can't take truth over there, so instead they're putting a woman who lied about being able to teach French in charge of the Department of Education.
But again, going back to what she did in Connecticut, it's about how much money you throw at the wall. How much money did she put into this year's campaign? Was it like 10 million, over 10 million?
Millions and millions. That's what the cabinet picks and all these picks are. And we've said this, and now we're getting what we deserve. Like I said a few weeks ago. And by the way, for the people who are mad because I won't every goddamn time I open my mouth cut a promo on Donald Trump, whether they either want to listen to it or they don't want to listen to it, but they want to listen to it because they don't want to listen to it. I don't have fucking time. We got to talk about wrestling. You know how I feel. But he's putting people in positions, either people that gave a lot of money to help him get reelected, so they get stuff like the Department of Education because they're not going to bomb anybody. And then for the people that are going to bomb people, he wants the goddamn people that will do whatever he says because they're criminals also. And especially for the Justice Department. And by the way, they made mention in a variety of places that Linda McMahon makes either the third or fourth person either being investigated criminally or sued civilly for some form of sexual assault that has been nominated to the cabinet or to the various positions that the Mango Mussolini is now able to fucking muscle his people into. It's either criminals to make sure that he and the rest of his criminal enterprise don't go to jail, Department of Justice, things like that, or it's a thank you for people who have given millions of dollars to get this fucking asshole where he is, like Linda McMahon, and now need to be rewarded, not with a job they need monetarily, but some position so they can be important in the running of the new criminal enterprise that is the United States of America. But anyway, so Linda fits the requirement of, she gave a lot of money. So yeah, give her something to do, because none of these people are actually concentrating on doing a good job or even doing the job. The people he's nominated to be the heads of the Department of Interior and Department of Energy are all oil company fucks that are going to drill more and ruin our natural resources and ruin our climate because it'll increase their fucking profits. While their miserable white bloated carcasses are still on the planet, they don't care what happens afterwards. As a matter of fact, the people that he puts in those positions don't believe in climate change to begin with. They think it's fictitious, even though it's happening in front of them, because it would hurt profits. And Matt Gaetz, as Attorney General, who was being investigated by his own party for having sex with underage girls, paying hookers thousands of dollars and using drugs. He was going to be the top law enforcement agent in the country until even he had to resign, or not resign, but just say, fuck it. Don't consider me, because he didn't want any more investigation. So the criminal charges wouldn't follow. These are the kind of people they're being put in these important positions because the fucking head guy, it was only out for himself, is now glad he's going to stay out of prison and is going to milk this whole thing for as many trillions of dollars as he can till he croaks of old age.
Well, again,
but back to Linda.
Specifically talking about Linda, this became a big story too because the mainstream media briefly became concerned about the Ring Boy lawsuit, which we had just talked about. That Vince and Linda, WWE and TKO, the current owner, turned a blind eye to Mel Phillips molesting boys. And the fact that he was fired and brought back certainly lends a lot to that. Vince McMahon, I think it was Vince, it may have been Linda, but I think it was Vince, stating that they knew he had peculiar habits, but they wanted to give him another chance, they knew what was up. So whether they're ever held liable or not, that's another story. You got to prove things in court to the...
Well, none of these people get held liable because they convince suckers and gullible people that they're innocent and that it's all made up by everybody except them. Then the mainstream media got upset. The mainstream media is everybody except Fox News. We're not supposed to trust. We're not supposed to trust NBC, CBS, MSNBC, CNN, ABC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, fucking Time Magazine. We're not supposed to trust anybody except Fox News. And he's now putting all the fucking hosts of Fox News in charge of shit. And that's the fake news. It's a goddamn see-through propaganda arm of the whole game that all these rich, white, miserable fucks are playing. Whether it be Elon Musk or Vince and Linda McMahon with their billions of dollars, or fucking pig shit himself, who's leeching his money off of everybody else. We don't know how much he has on his own. He'll have plenty pretty soon. He's running a casino. So what is innocent little sexual abuse with children scandal from 40 years ago for the Department of Education when the Attorney General was supposed to be a guy that was fucking underage girls 2 years ago?
Again, to make this about Linda, you keep going in every other direction. Linda specifically...
It's indicative of the issue.
It's indicative of the McMahons. She's uniquely unqualified for this position.
She is totally unqualified for this position. That's why she's got it. You know what qualified her? Her checkbook.
That's right.
Her checkbook. And it's, at least she's one of the more inoffensive ones. She was only turning a blind eye to shit rather than actually participating in it. So maybe that counts for something. Will she be one of the nice ones? What do you think she's going to put WWE history in his curriculum in the schools in place of all the stuff they don't want the kids to learn?
Well, I think that would be akin to what a lot of the, things that she represents would try to do, because WWE history has always been a bullshit history written by the McMahons to hide reality from them. Even now,
she has had experience.
They say that she's the founder of WWE. No, she is not in any sense of the word. They purchased, with the money that was already there, the interest of the other partners in the existing company.
Well, wait a minute. How about phrasing it this way? She married the son of the guy that started the company, and he sold it to his son for a song.
But they make it sound like Vince and Linda were just sitting there and just decided to start a wrestling company. Let's just do it. We can do it. Her whole backstory is bullshit. But we'll see what she does when she destroys.
But then, they say elections have consequences. So now everybody in the United States that has children in school can feel that, in effect, their children are being educated by Linda McMahon. We'll keep people posted on the criminal charges against, as they come out and come up and are filed against all the other people that are going to be in charge of shit around here. All right. Well, anyway, now that we know how the United States is going to be run, would you like to, before we talk about some of the television that's been going on here lately, we can tell the people where they're going to be able to see AEW live over the winter and springtime. Isn't that going to be fun?
Yeah, AEW sent out a press release. What day did this go out? This was on the 19th of November, announcing the winter live
We've had it a while, folks, to be honest. We sat on this because we just didn't give a shit, but now it's come up. All right.
AEW announces winter live events for 2024-2025. Schedule includes AEW Fight for the Fallen in Asheville, North Carolina, and debuts at the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City and Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. And they have a number of dates here through March. Let's start right there. That's progress.
Yes.
They have never, and they've been doing it more on TV where they just have, AEW coming here. I think they need to change the graphics and make it really pop out more that they're doing it. It just seems like a commercial to ignore. but they're trying. And again, announcing dates through March before we even get to anything else about this. Again, that's progress for AEW.
Yeah, well, and the biggest thing, but first, let me give them a helpful hint, and I'm not going to berate them or go on a tangent about this, but when there are so many matches announced with so many graphics and so many shows that are being played, the Rampage and the Collision and the pay-per-view and so many other types of commercial things, that it's hard to differentiate. I would try to look at a way to, yes, I'd try to promote their live events more. And I would try to look at a way to cut back on some of that other shit that nobody cares about anyway. Nobody cares if Maria May is going to hit fucking Tony Storm with her purse on Rampage. I think do you see what I'm saying? It's so much you can't even take shorthand and jot it all down. People are going to memorize this.
Focus has never really been the strong suit of AEW and Tony Khan.
But anyway, like you said, they sent this press release out to anybody that would listen, but the progress to me is not announcing the dates as far in advance as they are, which that is progress, but the progress is where the shows are going to be located. Because apparently they've made a New Year's resolution, or maybe it's a Christmas miracle, that they're not going to run the NBA arenas in all these cities and put 2,500 people in them. Because they are going to, and it's not like we've been saying that a while, but it's not like that we invented the concept of, if you're running events that only draw 3,000 or 4,000 people tops in most places, don't run 20,000 seat buildings. That's not a revolutionary concept. But apparently now they're taking it to heart. And from this Wednesday, December 18th, they're doing Dynamite at the Entertainment and Sports Arena in Washington. I don't know what that building is or what its seating capacity is, but it doesn't sound like the goddamn Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Maybe you might want to look some of these up as we go along here,
that first one you just said, Entertainment and Sports Arena, Washington, D.C., capacity 4,200, specifically 4,119 for concerts, 4,111 for basketball, 4,222 for boxing, and 4,119 for esports.
Well, there you go. But the point is, it's not 20,000 seats. They're going to be able to shoot the whole building. And if they can get, they haven't even been drawing 4,000 people in a lot of places, but if they can get 2,500 or 3,000 and arrange it, it'll certainly be an improvement in the look. And then the 20th, 21st, 22nd of December, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they're doing Ring of Honor Final Battle, AEW Collision, and a special taping of AEW Dynamite at the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York, the big room up there above the Manhattan Center.
Special taping because obviously that's Christmas week. This way you tape the Christmas Dynamite in advance.
And I don't have a bell time on my information, but I'm going to tell them ahead of time, Sunday might be tough.
What do you mean?
After 3 days in a row, especially in New York City, and Sunday night, what time are they going to start? Because remember the problems we used to have with people getting out and couldn't get the fucking bus or the train or whatever those people ride up there?
Yeah, and don't worry, the transit's only better now.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on, but they might have to bump that up a little bit. And also 3 days in a row in the same building, I don't care if they're in New York City, it's going to get tougher, right? But they should do well still. It's 2,000 seats.
How about Game Changer Wrestling? They just announced they're doing a Hammerstein show in January, and then AEW comes up and announces 3 dates the month before. That's a killer, isn't it?
For the kind of people who like that kind of thing, I'm sure the garbage fans will be out in force. They'll probably stick hypodermic needles in their own cheeks, the fans, when they walk in, just to show solidarity.
If I could ask you a question before you move further with any of the dates here, the idea that AEW was restricted from moving into smaller buildings in part due to the set, the Dynamite set, the big stage, the pyro, and everything else. how necessary is all that real? I know it's become like a expectation that if you have a wrestling show, you need a stage, there needs to be a ramp, there needs to be pyro, and everyone has to stand on the stage and do a little pose. Like there become standards. But is it necessary? I mean, are people not going to watch the show?
Idiots, you goddamn idiot. You've blown it all to hell. The thought that, our set is so big we have to run the Yum Center in Louisville and draw 3,200 people or whatever. It's ridiculous. Then get a smaller fucking set. You fucking lunatics. I think in a lot of cases, it's the other way around. Their sets so big because they have to cover up the whole end of an empty fucking building. They don't need all that big shit. Have you ever seen the Allman Brothers, the DVD of their concert at Beacon Theater?
Which concert? At the Beacon. Well, they play the Beacon every year.
The one that they released on DVD.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, point is, it was a masterpiece of video production, and they're in the Beacon Theater. It's not like, again, they're not in Madison Square Garden. I'm not saying the Beacon is unattractive, but it's smaller. You dress your room depending on the size of the room, and you run the size of the room based on what you can fucking put in the building. And there's no reason why they can't. Remember when the WWE was running the NBA-sized arenas and still couldn't put the big set in. And you know what they did? They said, fuck it. We'll have a smaller set because we're selling all these tickets. So they had a smaller set, and they had a full house, and it looked better than the big goddamn drive-in movie screen. A lot of these, the talent at AEW would look better on a smaller screen to begin with. But no, that's ridiculous reasoning. To run a 20,000-seat building with 3,000 people in it because our set's too big.
But beyond that, do you think the sets are even necessary? That's my point.
No, well, some set is necessary in terms of dressing the... When they're at the Hammerstein, you've been there. They've done the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony awards presentations there. They've done MTV, or they've done major television, and it looks like a cool place if somebody that knows what they're doing and has a budget's in charge of it. It looked pretty good for Ring of Honor for wrestling just because we didn't have a big set, but we were able to sell all the tickets. But still, it didn't look anything like it could on a big-time presentation on national cable. Go ahead.
If they're doing 3 nights there, should they have done Sunday at the Manhattan Center?
Well, no, I don't think so, because if that's Dynamite, that's their flagship show, and it's a 1,200-seat fucking ballroom. I don't think they'd need to move downstairs in the same building for the sake of 800 seats and change their whole apparatus. They hopefully somebody in charge of that production will watch some of those Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremonies or something and see how that building can look cool on television if you've got a little bit of a budget, and make it look like that, because all these places, by necessity, that we're talking about on this list, they're all going to look different. They're going to have to. You can't make some of these places look like an arena, the Hammerstein, and you can't. Oh, go ahead.
See, that's why Manhattan Center would have been a good pick for one of the tapings, because Manhattan Center is smaller. WWE, when they did Raw there, knew how to make the room look good with the big red background. You always had a lively New York crowd there. You don't have to worry about selling more tickets after 2 other days of,
well, yeah, but
2,800 tickets? How many is the Hammerstein?
No, but financially, because those union assholes, to carry shit from the 2nd floor to the 6th floor, it'd cost you the same as another night's rent.
Well, that's the other problem. You have to deal with the union and the Moonies.
Yes, and the Moonies.
And it's the only place they still have some power, the Manhattan Center.
And then New Year's Day, January 1st, they're doing Dynamite Fight for the Fallen in Asheville, North Carolina. And it said Harrah's Cherokee Center. And I was like, my God, they're going to a casino? This may be too much downsizing. But apparently that's the new name of the Asheville Civic Center that Crockett ran all those years.
That's right. 7,500 capacity. And by the way, that's also going to be the first AEW Dynamite that will simulcast on Max.
So that's, Asheville, they're doing stuff for hurricane relief. They've got local people that live there. They should do well. And it's It's a good-looking building. Super Brawl 93 was there for WCW. It's a good-looking building for wrestling, and you don't need to draw 20,000 people. On January 4th, they're doing Collision in Charlotte at the Bojangles Coliseum, which, again, is the real old Charlotte Coliseum. And it's 12,000 seats. They ain't going to have anywhere near that many people, but the other option in town would be to run the 20-something thousand seat building. And the old Coliseum, I would think, is fairly cheaper than the other one. And then they're doing Dynamite on the 8th at the F&M Bank Arena in Clarksville, Tennessee. Now, this may be a mixed bag.
Where is Clarksville?
Well, that's what a lot of people ask. No, I guess for you in Jersey and the New York area, it's suburban Nashville, but it's about 35, 40 miles from downtown Nashville, up Interstate 24, right on the Kentucky state line or near it. And I've never heard of this building. It's probably one of the new suburban arenas. But again, I would think it's probably, if it's in Clarksville, Tennessee, it's not seating more than 5,000 people. Maybe you can reflect or genuflect on that.
The building opened July 2023, so it's brand new. Capacity for concerts, 6,000. Basketball and ice hockey, 55. Oh, excuse me. Basketball, 5,500. Ice hockey, 5,000.
Oh, well, there you go. And Nashville is spreading out. So Saturday, January 11th, they're doing Collision at the Aikens Ford Arena in Athens, Georgia. And for Athens, Georgia, kind of double Clarksville, Athens, I'm going to say, God, I'm trying to remember. I lived in Atlanta. We went to Athens. It's 75 miles from downtown Atlanta. It's up in the northeastern corner of the state. Athens, Georgia, for all you REM fans out there, is where the college is, where they, the first time I worked Athens, Georgia, Brian, in 1983 for Georgia Wrestling Superstars, it stood out in my memory for two things. Number one, and that was I had never worked on an actual show that ran with as few people as was in the building. We had like 78 people in the building. And it was at the J&J Sports Center, where the Georgia office used to run that building. You could get 700 or 800 in there. We just didn't. But on the wall in the locker room was a poster when REM played this fucking place.
And that was 83.
This was 1983, but the poster had been there for a while. I'm not saying it was advertising a concurrent, but it hadn't been that long. What was it? It would have been, 1979 or 80? They were playing
80, 81, somewhere
gigs in fucking college.
What about the B-52s? You see anything for them? They're also from Athens, aren't they?
There was a confusingly arrayed collection of wigs in the corner. Beehive wigs. I don't know what that was there for.
The Aikens Ford Arena in Athens, Georgia.
Claude Aikens.
Claude Aikens. Good old Claude, as we know him. They broke ground April 28th, 2022. I'm trying to see when it actually opened. But capacity, round concerts, which may be closest to wrestling, 8,500.
Oh!
End stage concerts, 7,000, 5,500 for hockey.
Okay, see, here's what I was going to say about Clarksville and Athens. Yes, you're running a smaller building, but it's in a way smaller market. And AEW is not the WWE in that they're kind of ubiquitous. People may not know what's going on right now, or even for the past 10 years in the WWE, but they know what it is, right? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're in Clarksville, Tennessee, or Athens, Georgia, and you hear WWE's coming, you might perk up and look, but you hear AEW, especially if they got Orange Cassidy and goddamn Wheeler Yuta on the poster or whatever. These are not large pockets of smart fans, of internet literate fans that are on the, keeping up with the latest in wrestling. That's why they do best, AEW, in the more major markets and the places where there was indie wrestling at a higher level. And I don't know that Clarksville, Tennessee, and unless people want to drive from Nashville or Clarksville, they may come down from Louisville or Athens. They'll come up from Atlanta, or will they come down from Greenville, South Carolina? I don't know. But it's a trip for almost everybody. It's not like, there's this big pocket. You see what I'm saying? It's not like there's a giant pocket of smart, internet savvy wrestling fans that like AEW and all the indie style wrestling in Clarksville, Tennessee. We shall find, maybe because of the college, but aren't they losing their younger fans?
They are, and they need to do a better job of that. But again, a lot of that comes down to the talent that is pushed beyond the bad angles that are on the TV show. But the one I'm really interested in your thoughts on.
Yes.
Thursday, January 16th, a very special AEW collision. The Broadbent Arena, Louisville, Kentucky.
Remember, I've mentioned this before when talking about smaller buildings in markets. Broadbent Arena, and I mean, it's going to write itself, but that show is going to stink. Here's the thing, they probably don't know, and maybe let's see, January 16th, it'll have been cold weather. Broadbent Arena is at the fairgrounds. It's the secondary arena to Freedom Hall, which was, when it was opened in 1957, the largest arena in the state of Kentucky, seated over 16,000 for basketball. Broadbent Arena, and I just saw it on the news last week, is used for, like, especially at state fair time, but all kinds of times of the year, rodeos or cattle shows, livestock exhibitions. A lot of the year it has a dirt tractor pulls. They have a dirt floor in a lot of the times. I mean, there's a concrete floor there somewhere, but they will bring in the fucking dirt. And there's bullshit and cow shit and pig shit. And I've been to several wrestling shows. The WWE ran a house show there. I think Crockett ran it one time maybe, but they've got a perpetual kind of a hint of taint in the air from all of those goddamn cattle shows and livestock and horse things. So, and they're not going to like the locker rooms because they ain't going to be big enough, and they're not going to be able to bring all that. If they bring those 18 trailers of equipment, they're going to have to park 15 of them over next to Freedom Hall. But it seats, and it's a big floor area. A big floor area because of the rodeos, the tractor pulls, and if Evel Knievel jumped something in Louisville, he probably jumped it at Broadbent Arena. And then it's an oval, so the stands are not real tall. So what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to cut the arena off in half and make it 3,000 of the permanent seats, and then concentrate on half of the floor area and shoot it creatively. And maybe they will have room for a little bit larger set there, but I guarantee you that the rent on the Broadbent Arena is like 1/10 of the Yum Center. So they won't have to pay as much for the whole goddamn taping as they probably paid the Yum Center to walk in there. And that's what they got to be. If they're trying to run a business, that's what they got to be looking at. And the same thing, without the cow shit smell, on January 22nd, they're going to Knoxville, the Knoxville Civic Coliseum, not the Thompson Bowling Arena or whatever they call it these days, the big where UT plays basketball and the Stones play, but the old wrestling building, the Coliseum. It's been there since the late 50s. Everybody in town knows where it is, and you can shoot it for wrestling beautifully. If you've got it seats 6,500 if you open the whole thing up. If you don't use the one end and put the curtain on, that was generally the wrestling setup for Smoky Mountain and Continental and most folks after the boom period in the 70s. You seat 5,000, and it's an arena, so you can shoot it, and it'll look good. And I guarantee you I don't know what they're paying now, but we used to be able to rent the building, pay the fucking ticket takers and the ushers and the security and the goddamn ticket printing and the box office and associated costs for about $2,000, maybe. It's probably gone up since then, but it's not what they were paying whenever they'd go to Knoxville in a 20,000 seat college arena. Real quickly, February 8th, Fort Bend County Epicenter in Houston. I got no fucking clue.
I have.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I missed Huntsville, Alabama at the Probst Arena. Is that the old Von Braun Civic Center?
Indeed, it is.
Okay,
I think they've run there before.
Yes, they have. The Von Braun Civic Center in Huntsville was the big building. It's probably still is, I would think, in Huntsville. I don't know. For years, WCW ran there, etc. I would say for Huntsville, for AEW Dynamite and a special taping of Collision on a Wednesday night, that's still a little ambitious, but baby steps. And then the Fort Bend County Epicenter in Houston on February the 8th. I've never heard of it, but I assume it's one of the newer, smaller facilities. Do you have any information on that?
The Fort Bend Epicenter, sometimes stylized as Epicenter, is a multi-purpose arena and event space in the Houston suburb of Rosenberg, Texas.
Rosenberg?
I never heard of Rosenberg, Texas. It comprises an 8,600-seat arena, conference rooms, a multi-purpose arena, and an outdoor pavilion. It is owned by Stonehenge LLC. Trying to see if there's any other information about it.
Well, I think and it might be a little ambitious, but it's better.
But you know what? This is another new building. They opened for the first time August 26, 2023. AEW was there for Dynamite in October of 2023, right after they opened. So another.
Well, think about this. Because we've been bemoaning the fact that as all the old wrestling buildings got closed down and these new major arenas are built and are bidded on, and the cities are into it, and that's all the attention was for years. The NBA teams and the hockey teams, whatever. There's a lot of things attractions or things that can draw 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 people, but they can't afford the buildings anymore. So now they're building new, smaller buildings because they fucking got rid of all the old, smaller buildings. But anyway, the HEB Center in Cedar Park, Texas on February 11th. Cedar Park is somewhere around Dallas, right? Is it?
I'm looking it up right now. The HEB Center, I remember saying this name in the past. Capacity 8,000. It is actually near Austin, Texas.
Okay, near Austin, Texas.
Cedar Park is near Austin, Texas.
February 19th, the Arizona Financial Theater in Phoenix. I don't know much about it, but when it says theater, it makes me think that it's a smaller facility than the Phoenix Suns would play in.
I think this is size-wise just right. You have to see what the room looks like, but the Arizona Financial Theater, venue capacity 5,000 people.
February 26th, the Front Wave Arena in Oceanside, California. That's Los Angeles, right? Or thereabouts, the environs of?
Thereabouts, in the environs of somewhat. Capacity 7,500, and this building just recently opened in 2024.
There you go. Boy, howdy. And the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles for Revolution on March 9th. Now, I would assume it's a pay-per-view. That's a bigger building. Is that a new facility or one that's been renamed that we'd be familiar with?
The Crypto.com Arena was formerly known as the Staples Center.
Oh, gee. Okay. Well, now they're planning shooting the moon for Revolution.
Yeah, the Bucks to come back with Kenny to square off against John Moxley and the Skinheads.
Ooh, in that case, they might ought to downsize to the fucking theater they used to use in Reseda.
Yeah, really? Wow, how come no one's running that building anymore?
Yeah. And March the 12th, the Save Mart Center in Fresno, California. Save Mart Center. That sounds like the Center for All Cultural Activities in Fresno.
Well, this is a big building, capacity 18,000.
Good Lord. Are they having the mayor of Fresno in a death match or what?
Maybe they think that after running all these small shows for a few months, they'll build up the interest so people be like, oh, fuck, I got to go to Fresno.
Has anybody ever uttered those English words in that order before? I got to go to Fresno?
Never before, ever, no.
Well, that's the last date that I have on this release, but before we close up this particular topic, have I heard that they are changing locations over in Australia? The stadium event that when was that supposed to happen? Or when is it supposed to happen?
I think it's supposed to happen in like February. It's coming up. It's Grand Slam. They used to do it in the fall at Arthur Ashe, but now they're moving it.
Well, the big announcement last fall was, because
Suncorp Stadium.
They said, our first stadium event in Australia. And we had questioned at the time, and some of the Cult of Cornette listeners wrote in, well, there's some people that watch them in Australia, but we don't know about a stadium full. Are they now out of the stadium? Have they pulled a slaughter, as is known in the industry?
Yeah, Tony Khan has announced that due to terrorist threats, they have to go to a much smaller arena with a much more exclusive ticket distributed count list.
Due to threats from the fans. We've got...
Well, no, I mean, it's a big move to make right now, so close to it, but I guess that says something. A couple months away, 3 months away from the show, ticket sales are alarming enough. Whatever demand they thought was there in Australia for this product right now is not there, so they're going to have to move to a smaller building.
Well, but that's, downsizing. As they get older, Brian, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to downsize. Well, they're 5 years old now. It's time that, their joints are creaking. They got some hemorrhoids. They're feeling gray around the temples. They got to downsize. And that way, their world champion in these smaller buildings won't have to walk so far through the crowd to get to the ring.
Well, that's the upcoming AEW schedule coming to an area and facility near you.
But you know what? When there's a demand for a product, Brian, it sells like hotcakes, because there's always a demand for hotcakes, otherwise known as pancakes. And when you demand something, well, you got to have it. And there is a demand for the fabulous, the wonderful, delicious, protein-packed chocolate shake drink that our friends at Orgain produce. Well, I'm always trying to say it tastes just like a chocolate milkshake, and you're always saying, but no, because that way people think it's bad for you, but it's good for you because it's got 30 grams of protein and only 1 gram of sugar. But if I say protein drink, well, then that's going to make people like me think, well, fuck, I'd rather guzzle some liquefied cow innards than drink a protein drink or a protein shake. I've seen Vince McMahon dump that horrible mortar mix he called protein powder into a thing.
Take a dump.
You know what? I saw him shaking 2 of them one time, and he looked just like he was jacking 2 guys off. But anyway, so I got a bad feeling about protein drinks. The personal
trainer and the chef.
And I got a bad feeling about the chef and the personal trainer too. And so I'm calling it a chocolate shake, but what it is, it's an incredible drink that will help you because it gives you energy to keep you going. It helps muscle support and recovery, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, managing hunger. You can use this to promote healthy weight management in combination with diet and exercise. So see, right off the bat, I got 1 out of 3, and that ain't bad. There's only 1 gram of sugar per serving in the Orgain 30-gram protein shakes, and it's made without any soy ingredients, so it's not all salty. That's a problem. Brian, every time you put soy sauce in your chocolate milkshake, it just throws the whole thing off. So there's no soy ingredients in this whatsoever.
Once again, it is delicious. I have one every morning. I become a big fan of it. It's become a part of my routine. I think all the other listeners would like it. Whether you work out or not, you need some delicious protein. And this is one of the best tasting protein shakes I've ever had.
Well, see, what I was doing was I was getting especially at holiday times, I'd get a box of white fudge covered Oreos and just eat the whole thing. But now if I drink this, I feel like I've had my chocolate and my dairy goodness and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, it's a whole lot better for you than a whole box of white fudge covered Oreos, ain't it? I think we can all agree on that.
Yes, we can, and we can all agree that Orgain is delicious, and you could use some today. Tell them how to get it, Jim.
Well, I'll tell you what, Orgain's 30-gram protein shakes that are an excellent source of complete protein with all 9 essential amino acids are available at Orgain.com. That's Orgain. Orgain.com. And if you want to get in on the deliciousness of the protein-packed nutrition today, head to Orgain.com/JCE and use the code JCE, 20% off of your order. If you get 50 bottles of this stuff, you're going to get 20% off. And that's like getting, well, if you do the math there now, now divide 50 by, well, the point is you're going to save a lot of money. 20% off. Orgain.com/JCE. Is it a backslash or just a slash? It says backslash here. Whichever way you slash it or whichever way you cut it, you're going to get 20% off if you use the promo code JCE at Orgain, Orgain.com. And they're good.
Indeed. Orgain.
Indeed. In word and in deed and in drink and in a glass, or you can just guzzle them out of the bottle.
That's right. Orgain.
Yes, that was what I was talking about. They did a Smackdown, Brian. Do you remember that? I'm trying to look at my notes here. We covered everything else, so I could get rid of that, because now we got to talk about Smackdown in Salt Lake City.
Well, we at least have to talk about that main event. That was really the main event segment, not the main event match. The main event segment.
There's never a match for a main event, Brian. Come on now. For heaven's sake, what kind of operation are they running here? Like we said, all their top guys have to do is come out and talk about wanting to wrestle, and the people are jumping up and down and chanting. And over on the other side of the street, these guys are fucking attempting to paralyze each other, and people are yawning and catching flies in their mouth. And this was another example on the November 22nd edition, A Dark Day in American History, not because of this show, but it couldn't help. But all they had to do was start out at the opening with Solo and his bloodline and Bronson Reed going to the ring. And there were the OTC chants from the crowd and everything, and big boos when Solo wanted to get acknowledged. And the only information they had to impart was that they were 1 week from War Games and we're ready, but Roman Reigns isn't, because he's not even here yet tonight. And by the end of the night, Roman Reigns needs to come out here and surrender and just and acknowledge me and just, no, we're not going to have this fight. We're giving up. And that was it. So now we know we got to wait till some point later tonight to find out what Roman's answer is, and they're going to give us some matches in the middle and, whatever else is going on. And again, it's when you get in this position where your fan base is accepting everybody as a star in the position that they're supposed to be. They don't accept goddamn Blair Davenport as Rhea Ripley or whatever, but the people are doing all the work for them. They chant, they cheer, they boo, they do it in the right spots, and they just tease it and then pay it off later, and you're gold. And these other fuckers are running people down with fucking cars and buses, and the people don't give a shit because it's a big fucking mess. Have I made that point?
Maybe I need a big fucking bus.
Well, anyway, and then the wrestling portion of the program opened with a 3-way for a potential shot at the new U.S. women's title with Bianca versus Chelsea versus Blair Davenport. And Bianca was looking good when suddenly On screen in the garage, there was Jade Cargill laying on the hood of a car, splayed out like she had jumped out of a building like a stockbroker in October of 1929. And Bianca was conflicted. Wait a minute, should I stay in this match or should I run and see who ran my fucking friend over with a car? And finally, she decided to fucking go back there. And then they continued the match and Chelsea won. And we were a half an hour into the proceedings at that point. And then in the back, Bianca got in the ambulance with Jade, and they said the word hospital again, I'll have you know. Did you hear that?
I did.
They said it right out. I thought that was one of the 7 words you couldn't say on television.
Under
but it's
Vince.
a new day.
Under Vince. That's right. What'd you think of Jade laid out on the car, the way they handled it? Apparently she really is injured.
Oh, are you kidding?
She's really injured. She's going to be out for a few months, and this is their way of handling it.
What the fuck happened to her?
I don't know.
All this shit they've been building in the Survivor Series, and her and Bianca as the female equivalent of Animal and Hawk, and you remember when people used to not get hurt doing this?
Yeah.
And well, now somebody's going to take me to task for that. You remember when people didn't get hurt nearly this often doing this? Take 2. So anyway, speaking of ribbing the fans, LA Knight then wrestled Pablo Escobar. And because now that he's gotten away from the other guys, here he is with this guy. And he was about to do the elbow off the top rope when there is another one of those guys. He sees Shaky Nakamura in the entranceway. And that allowed Escobar to take over for a second and hit a frog splash and go for his finish. And then LA Knight just said, fucking turned around, BFT 1, 2, 3. And then Shaky came in and beat up LA Knight and run him into the post about 3 times and walked out. And my thoughts on Shaky are well known. And God damn it. LA Knight is like a parade balloon. He keeps rising in the air, but they got ropes on him and they keep pulling him back down. They won't let him just fly away and be free, Brian. Like a parade float should.
All right, let's move on.
All righty. So then in the back, the Garden Gnome, Johnny Sameface, a.k.a. Gargano, was trying to apologize to the Motor City Machine Guns for Tommaso Ciampa's actions. He's a good guy. He just wants a title match. And the Machine Guns said, well, we think the Street Profits deserve the match. And then the Profits walk in, and besides the fact that they look like giants next to all these other people, they say they're going to deal with Ciampa tonight, and then we're going to have a tag title match. And their attitude is a bit abrasive these days. Maybe they're getting more of an edge about them. And then we get to Nick Aldis questioning the Refrigerator Jacks about Jade. What happened? I don't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing. But then Cody walks by and Aldis stops him and say, nobody has seen Owens tonight. So we don't think he's here, but Cody says, hey, he's not going to miss this chance. I know he's here. And off goes Cody to the ring, and we got the 9 o'clock hour. So we have successfully gone the first hour of this fucking program with a women's match and a fucking uninteresting match with LA Knight and Mr. Escobar. But at least we get to hear Cody talk. Can you tell I'm being slightly sarcastic?
No, and you know what? That's the kind of pace we have to review this show. There's a lot of nothing happening, but the things that happen stand out. And I've critiqued Cody's promos in the past. This was the kind of Cody that he needs to be right now. And I thought he did a great job here.
Yeah, because they've got this issue with him and Owens, and they're going about it in a different fashion, but It's made Owens more interesting than he was for a while there. And plus, you can tell when Owens isn't interested because then he's really not interesting because he's not interested. And he just for a while there, it was just like blah, 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 blah. Now he's got something he can chew on. But Cody came out with the game face on. And just no wasted time after the Cody chants and everything. He called Kevin Owens out. Get out of here right now. I know you're here somewhere. Let's settle it. And boom. And Owens comes out from one of the breezeways and he's in the stands in front of the people. And Cody said, get in the ring right now. And he starts after him, but the security's there to keep Cody from, they're closing up little loopholes. There's security guys there so Cody doesn't run and get Owens. And Owens runs his mouth and says, it's all your fault. I fought the Bloodline for 4 years. They tried to end my career. I did everything I could to try to fight them. And I stood by you when you fought Roman Reigns. But then all of a sudden Roman Reigns needs a partner and you say yes. Well, he's pissed about that is what Kevin Owens is. And then Cody said, enough. Justify it all you want, but it had nothing to do with you. You've got to be a victim. But nobody holds Kevin Owens down more than Kevin Owens. There is some pointed commentary being written into this verbiage. And then Cody said, that Owens self-sabotages himself. And, he put him over as being, he's got qualities, but you self-sabotage yourself. And then Owens pulled the trigger on the wrong guy. Orton didn't deserve that. Owens crossed the line. And Cody's going to kick Kevin Owens' ass. But then Owens says that Cody's going to get the match when he says he's going to get it. And he hates Cody Rhodes. And Cody said, you don't hate me, you hate yourself. But at least all this makes sense. And it follows from one week to the next, and people that are presented as stars that have interest from the fans and can perform at a level to justify it are doing it. And, in the middle is quite dry. But your thoughts?
Good segment. This is the kind of Cody that we need. Again, it's a couple of interviews in a row. He hasn't come out there in his suit. He's coming out there dressed like he means business. And Cody, as insincere as he sounds talking, he counteracts that really well when he's yelling. You believe him and you hear his voice crack.
Yes. And sometimes not even yelling, but when he's mad, when he's upset, when he's aggressive verbally, he's at his better.
When he's talking at a pace that doesn't sound practiced, because when he yells, he talks faster.
Yeah.
And he spits the words out. And you believe him more. So I like this. And as we learned, and you'll hear after time travel, this will be the main event for Saturday night's main event in December.
And then I'm jumping ahead a segment, but it ties together because in the back, Carmelo Hayes, as Cody's walking by him, Carmelo smarts off to him, and Cody shoves him, and Aldis runs in. And I love this line. That's why I mentioned it. Cody said, time to reevaluate your first-round draft pick. I think the time for that was about 5 minutes after it was made. But anyway.
You know what he should have said? Aldis should have said, why don't you go complain to the guy who drafted Odyssey Jones twice?
Yeah. Is he still on that Odyssey?
Yeah, no one knows where that Odyssey went, so who knows?
And then they had the mid-show Bloodline update where now Roman Reigns and the Usos and Sami Zayn are there. They're in the back, and they still need a fifth guy. And Sami's out of ideas. And the Usos suggest Cody, and Roman said, no, that's old news. And Sami said, well, let's try Seth again. And Roman says, no, we don't need anybody else. We're going to stand together or we're going to die together. And so Sami says, what's the plan? And then Roman's like, I don't know. And a scene. So now we got to wait till the end to find out, is he going to go out and acknowledge him? Is he going to go out? They're going to have a fight, but it's 5-4. What's going to happen here?
They build this stupid shit up so well that you're sitting there. Like, what are they going to do? What could these grown men possibly do? I just don't know.
And then we see Bailey and Naomi.
A special version aired in Louisville that day.
The Bailey and Naomi and Tiffy and Candy match. And 10 girls got in a sloppy fight, and Rhea Ripley came out and cleared the ring with a kendo stick. And then Ciampa wrestled Montez Ford, and Montez won with a roll-up. And Tommaso got on him, and Dawkins came in, and Gargano pulled Dawkins off Ciampa, and Ciampa nailed Dawkins, and Gargano pulled Ciampa off Dawkins. And they argued, and Ciampa shoved Gargano down, and the machine guns came out, and Ciampa bailed out, and the guns helped somebody up. The guns helped Gargano up, and the other fellas ain't happy. And that was the main event wrestling match, ladies and gentlemen. But now it's time for the main event segment. The in-ring. The entrances of the new Bloodline and the original Bloodline. And they enter the ring, and it's a 4-on-5 face-off. And the people are chanting, OTC, OTC. And Solo lays out his deal. I'm not here to fight you, Roman. I still love you. I love all of you. Love is in the air. If you were to join us, then we could run this place for years and years to come. But you don't have a fifth man or a wise man. You have no choice. Surrender and join my team, or you die where you stand, which I thought was a little melodramatic, but he got the point across. And then Solo hands Roman the microphone, and there's the OTC chants, and Roman is milking the response. He's thinking. He's got that introspective face that he gets, and what's he going to say? And suddenly, you hear over the PA system, ladies and gentlemen, in Heyman's voice, and the place blows. Have you ever heard a pop like that for somebody's voice?
That's kind of what we expected would happen. I didn't know they were going to do it here. I didn't know he was going to be dressed in a new outfit, but they did it here.
Well, but it's perfect in black and red. The Bloodline color, and he looked like John Taffer on Bar Rescue. He hadn't got a tie. He's got the red. What kind of shirts do you call that stylish men's shirt where you don't have to have a collar or a tie on the shirt? And the black suit, and his hair is black, and he's shaved, and he looks clean. And he said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. And he cuts the promo. There's no way to do war games with 4-on-5. That math doesn't compute to me. So it's going to be 5-on-5. And as he makes the grand gesture befitting the Grand Wizard or Bobby Davis or any one of the greats, you hear, like Mussolini! Back for Survivor Series. And the place blows again. And here comes CM Punk out, and we talked about it. Would it be Brock Lesnar, or would it be because they left the clue months ago that Heyman said, well, Punk had been off limits as a favor to me. They still had a relationship, so it's Punk, and he comes out, he's taping his fists, he gets in the ring, and the fight's on. And the baby faces clear of the ring mostly, and the Usos and Sammy do their dives, and Roman spears Loa, and Punk GTS's Tama, and then Roman and Punk see each other. And there's the big CM Punk chants. And then there's the This Is Awesome chants. And all Roman and Punk had to do was stare at each other. And they're not on mic, but you can see Punk signal. It's not It's not for me, it's not me and you for you. It's I'm here for him, pointed Paul. And they're off the air, and the Punk's the fifth man. This is millions of dollars they're generating with a goddamn single segment on television.
And again, the universe around the Bloodline only grows. If Brock ever is going to come back and have any involvement with it, that's down the road. That's not here. Punk coming out there, the way he came out there, doing the tape on his hands as he was aggressively walking towards the ring and then just going right into the fight was perfect.
Yeah, because he didn't need to say anything.
Yeah, no, but but that rarely happens where you get the big pop for someone coming out there and then they don't just milk it. They don't take their time. It was exactly right. He just went right to the ring and started the action.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone went crazy. And you talk about things down the road. Way down the road, you can maybe do something with Punk and Roman. Punk's now mixed up with the Bloodline stuff. Punk and Rollins still have to get that taken care of. So there's a lot going on. And again, there's still other family members that have been signed. And
Rollins can tell Punk at some time, well, yeah, they came to you when I turned them down. And I mean, they've got matches after matches that they can book or combinations or whatever that they can work now. And again, we're now a little over a month away from John Cena coming back and WrestleMania season starting. Good Lord. They're getting the most out of the least, which has always been a Heyman trait. But I think the company as a whole has adopted it.
But that philosophy has never been more successful. There's never been more proven results that it actually really does work.
Well, what do you think the odds are now on Survivor Series there, Brian? Is it going to be the Bloodline or the Mudline? Who's it going to be? Are the good guys going to win out, or is this just another chapter in the morality play before the eventual conclusion of this sometime in the future? What's the odds? Who you betting on?
Oh, boy. I really don't know because I don't know who's going to get the win. You would almost think Solo, I should say. You'd almost think Solo's team has to win just because they need a win more than Roman's team does.
Yeah.
Roman's team can keep losing and you'll still wait for them to win. It's the babyface chasing the world champion. So I think I'd put my money on the current Bloodline.
Well, I think the new ones, because they're both current. They're both happening now. But the newest ones.
The newest one with the Tonga brothers.
Well, in that case, we're going to go right now and download the DraftKings Casino app. Folks, I'll tell you what, they will take your money on just about anything. Well, they won't take your money. They'll take your bets. Yeah, they'll take your money, too, if you don't bet right. But they will take wagers, is what I'm trying to say. Because it's the most wonderful time of the year, holidays on the house at DraftKings Casino. And with this season's offerings, you're going to unwrap everything on your list, exclusive games, huge jackpots, exciting rewards, the potential of possibly a stripper coming over for New Year's Eve. There's all kinds of things here that could be possible.
Not with DraftKings, of course, all those things are possible with your own money on your own time, but with DraftKings Casino, what's possible is you could possibly win and have a good time.
Yes, a very good time. Your cookies will be by the fireplace because DraftKings is offering a warm welcome to new players with $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $10 wager. Plus, everybody can get on the action with a holiday reward every week. You don't even have to be a new customer for that. So, if you sign up with the code Cornette, the holiday cheer is here. Only on DraftKings Casino. Sign up now with the code Cornette. $100 instantly in casino credits with a $10 wager. And I'll wager that's a good deal.
That's right. Of course, the crown is yours, but we have someone here I would wager he has something to say to inform the listeners about information. Let's go to him now.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 and over. Physically present in Connecticut, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Opt-in required. Casino credits are non-withdrawable and expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
All right. Void in Ontario.
I hope that in Ontario, can Jace get in on this?
I don't know. Void in Ontario, I believe, was the name of Greg Oliver's memoir about his years as a punk rocker.
You know, I read that book. It was actually hanging in a truck stop bathroom in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Well, of
but
course,
nevertheless.
That's right. DraftKings Casino,
yes.
The crown is yours. But Jim, I think now we need to travel through time to another dimension and another time.
Yes, and when we return, and you'll never even know we were gone, because we are gone, but we don't even know it, then we will discuss further the AEW pay-per-view. Oh, just fie upon you anyway, telling me to not, we got to be straight here and serious here. We have jumped through.
I didn't even do the sound.
We'll put it in tomorrow. We have jumped through some hoops here and some time because we're in the middle of a fluid, ongoing situation. Not the pisser that this podcast already is, fluid, but rather an ever-evolving situation. Brian, I'll tell you, there's a couple of things going on. And one is I had to get on the phone with Hotchkiss Featherbottom because my email I thought had been hijacked or was obliterated or whatever the fuck here. And apparently I'm not the only one because I tried to see the email as we need to exchange emails when we're doing this program. I know we try to be as low tech as possible to fit my sensibilities, but I got to have the email for you to send me shit and for me to read shit off that we're talking about. And the goddamn email, error 404. What the fuck's going on here? And then a quick phone call to Hotchkiss Featherbottom indicates that apparently thousands of Microsoft 365 customers worldwide, according to the Associated Press, are also saying, what the fuck? And the Microsoft has acknowledged an issue impacting users attempting to access blah, 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 blah. And it said the company's status page said it identified a recent change that it believed to be behind the problem and was working to revert it. They couldn't even say fix, as in revert it, as in everything was working fine until you did something and then you fucked everything up, you dumb son of a bitch. Wouldn't that have been easier to say?
I guess so.
Well, it says on this...
You have an internet problem. Why'd you call the least internet proficient person you know? The least...
No, he's the guru. He's the goddamn honcho. He's the mega Godzilla King Kong of all internet aficionados. He tells... The Apple guy, what was his name? Jobs? He tells him what to do.
He passed away years ago.
Well, see, that's because Hotchkiss told him, hey, drop dead, pal. Boom. But I'll tell you, it says that Microsoft shared that it was deploying a fix. It had reached about 98% of affected environments, but my environment is still affected. Still, the company's status page later added, targeted restarts were progressing slower than anticipated for the majority of affected users. And also, oh, that's not who I was looking for. Hold on here.
Is it Hotchkiss?
Fuck off! Quit calling. I recognize this number. You never leave a message. You have a business on your caller ID, so unless it's monkey business, blow me. So anyway.
So if it's monkey business, they don't have to blow you.
Oh, I'm up for the monkey business.
You said unless it's monkey business, blow me.
Unless it's monkey business, blow me. Because then the monkey would have to blow me.
No, but you're saying if it is monkey business, no blowjob necessary.
Well, it depends on what the monkey wants. I'm not going to force anything. You know, I don't want to be Me Too'd by a monkey. But anyway, see, another thing. I got the Microsoft thing going on. Thousands of outage reports from users of Microsoft 365. I told you this whole thing is just a plot to get us dependent on this shit. And then the alien overlords are going to snatch it out from under us. Elon Musk has to be from some other planet. No humans have a face like that. But anyway, besides that, I got the phone in my pocket. I got one phone in my pocket and the other one is out in the truck. Because I'm waiting on an important call. I need a recipe for the holidays on how to roast weasel. So I may have to step away for a minute, take care of that. We got no email, waiting on a phone call.
Breaking news.
Is something else broken?
Well, there's something trending right now. I thought it's important.
What happened?
The Rock is trending.
Oh, boy.
The Rock says people should be able to sing in movie theaters. Quote, "You've paid your hard-earned money for a ticket, and you've gone into a musical, and you're into it. Sing!"
What?
And a lot of people are disagreeing with this, saying that if they're allowed to do that, they should be allowed to vocally critique The Rock's movies out loud.
Well, now I'll go for that first. But no, that's the whole idea. If I go to the concert, I went to hear fucking Mick Jagger sing, not the drunk guy in row 14 behind me. And I paid my hard-earned money. I chose not to go to this drunk guy's house and listen to him do karaoke. I chose to go see the Stones. So the fat drunk guy needs to shut the fuck up, doesn't he?
I'm reading some of the quotes here. "Then I should go to any movie starring The Rock and shout, 'This is so bad,' every 5 minutes. Well, I say The Rock should shut the fuck up."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Personally, here's another one. "Personally, I'm just happy to see Dwayne Johnson have a controversial opinion on anything."
Has he?
Another person, "I think it's becoming very clear that The Rock has no clue what movie-going audiences want." He thinks people want some woman to stand up and start singing along with the movie.
But now here's the thing. He was the Teflon Scorpion King for a long time. Everything he did, he's doing this and that, and he's making money hand over fist, and he's on everything, and he's in everything. It is The Rock, and he comes back to wrestling, and goddamn, over the last 3 years, it seems like he has committed the public relations equivalent of doing a swan dive head first off a cliff into a rock quarry.
Well, we have some more quotes here.
Everybody now is just like, what the fuck?
Well, here's some more feedback from the Twitter audience. "The Rock fundamentally doesn't understand musicals and also probably movies. I am 100% convinced that Dwayne Johnson's primary mission in life now is to ruin the entire concept of movies by any means necessary."
Oh, Jesus.
One can only assume this also...
He ruined Air.
One can only assume this also justifies throwing tomatoes at the screenings of The Rock's movies.
God damn it.
Between this and the general quality of his movies and acting, I have to believe that The Rock actually hates cinema with a passion. Here's a pretty basic one. "Shut the fuck up, Dwayne. Make a good movie, then say your opinion." You think, see, I'm telling you, it's not just me. The world is starting to see through this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Was it just him getting the curse of coming back to the wrestling business, or did it start with because I don't keep up with the all of the DC universe, but the Black Adam movie thing that people were upset at him, and that what started the downhill slide of public opinion of the poor Rock?
Well, see, the thing was, he was a very hugely successful movie star, and everyone recognized him as being a movie star. And you would see some of the stuff with him and Kevin Hart and think like, oh, look at these two guys having fun with each other. One guy...
Oh, he was on my home movies when I was a kid. He was everywhere.
Yeah, and then I think people started realizing everything he did in public, from interviews to his own social media to everything, was bullshit. Then they started realizing everything he does, from media to social media to wrestling to interviews to everything, is self-serving. Which is why you get things like Liam Ivia being in the Hall of Fame and his daughter on the fucking NXT show. It's all about doing what's best for him.
So it's overexposure. It's too much of a good thing. We saw too much of him and started to get a good whiff. It's like when you walk outside and there's the hint of bullshit in the air, but you can't really tell which direction it's coming from. You know it's there, but if you take a handful of it and you just wave it under your nose and show it to, that's exactly where that bullshit's coming from. So he just did too much rock.
So GQ, to repair everything from the stories about him having piss bottles and showing up days late to set, the GQ article was set on a farm. The Rock's getaway in Virginia. The Swami's going nuts. I don't know what's it. Maybe the Rock has showed up. Dwayne, take a seat!
The Rock is coming back for Swami.
But that was that one. How's he gonna, what do you think the next one will be? Will he be on a village with a bunch of orphans that he's sponsoring? Like, what do you think the next move for public sympathy to excuse his inability to be genuine in any way or do anything that doesn't just serve him? What do you think the next move will be?
What about if, okay, I'm just spitballing here now, because we're in Hollywood. What about you've got an aerial shot of this mountainous terrain, heavily forested, dense, and you're moving in on the drone, and suddenly there is a cathedral-like structure amidst the dense foliage, and suddenly you're in farther and you see that it is a monastery in the mountains of Tibet. And you fly right in the window, and there is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He has decided to move there for a year and become a monk so that they will share the secret with him of the herb that grows in their monastery that he can cure the world's cancer with.
They're going to kick him out of the monastery as soon as they start finding these Voss jugs filled with piss.
Hey!
Everywhere.
No, they're a very forgiving order. They're the order of the pissing monks. That's why he went there. He found something that fits his personal beliefs in life.
He'll have Gewurz with him like the little guy with Dr. Moreau.
Well, at least that's an upgrade from Renfield. He was eating spiders last time I was talking about him.
Well, like I said, breaking news. I thought I'd give it to you live as it was happening. The Rock trending because his latest take on movies, beyond the fact that Red One, his awful movie that's out now, that's now started to die at the box office, that it'll be better if it was IMAX. It would change everyone's opinion of it. Now he thinks people should just be able to stand up and randomly, or I guess just sit and randomly sing.
But wait a minute now. He said if it was IMAX, it would be a better movie. So is that the cure for like the AEW pay-per-view we're about to talk about? If you just get a bigger screen, the show will be better? How is that? Isn't that just like a closer look at the fucking horse shit that I was just mentioning?
Here's a quote. With Red One, our intention was to make a movie that you can enjoy on the big screen. Legitimately the biggest screens possible. Well, they're IMAX. I was midway through shooting Red One. I had an opportunity to go watch Oppenheimer, and I watched it in the IMAX theater where Christopher Nolan watches and screens his movies. Him and Emma, his wife. He really does remember everyone's name. I even asked, let me sit where Chris is sitting. So they said, Chris sits here to enjoy the movie. So I sat where Chris sat. I watched Oppenheimer. It was amazing. But I was thinking, holy shit, this thing, Red One on this screen with this technology can be game over. So he's completely either full of shit or a world-class moron.
But wait a minute. So you led with this, and I droned out on some of the verbiage. But he said he was halfway through halfway shooting. He was all the way working, but he was halfway through shooting the movie when he went to see an IMAX movie and said, "Oh, we ought to do that." Don't you have to shoot an IMAX movie for IMAX from the start? Isn't it like in the, what was the 70 millimeter in the 60s, VistaVision or whatever, where you had to do it in that format, don't you?
I decided I wanted to shoot it in Todd AO, so I went to where Michael Todd used to sit. And I figured, I went to the grave of Elizabeth Taylor, and I decided to talk to her about. No, he's.
And then he came up with the idea for 3D, and he could play ping pong, or not ping pong, but he could play paddleball and have the paddleball, and the ball is coming out into the audience.
Everyone on the set's like, "Where is Dwayne?" Oh wait, he's been sighted at the IMAX movie theater alone in Christopher Nolan's seat watching Oppenheimer. Well, like I said before, that was the trending news update. The Rock never lets you down. This is only going to get better and better with age, folks. But let's now go.
How many places have the IMAX these days? Is that common out in Wartburg and Bean Station?
I don't know.
Around Munfordville?
I mean, I know they have them in like New York and Los Angeles and probably Chicago.
Well, I'm sure
cities,
they do.
I don't know beyond that, really, the reach of IMAX.
How far IMAX would actually reach all the way around, wouldn't it? So it'd be the reach around.
That'll be the MJF promo, like when he does like a concussion gimmick or something. IMAX. Thank you.
He's gonna come out dressed in white robes like Caesar with the fucking the thing around his head with the fucking the holly or whatever, and
IMAX.
And a cat. He'll have a cat in his arms. Anyway, speaking of a little pussy, nobody that watched this show is going to get any, I'll tell you that. I'm talking about Full Gear. Full of it. Brian, besides the fact that I don't know if this is a new record, but it's certainly on the upper side of even what they do between the hour and a half pre-show with the big show and the show that was not even so. This thing was 5.5 hours. I actually put a clock to it. My counter on my video as I was progressing through this thing, the uphill slog, but good God, it seemed like longer, but is that the IMAX equivalent? Are they we're going to do the same show, but we're going to make it even as long as possible?
You know, they've always done long shows. I watched a pre-show from the beginning, so I got to see the Anna Jay match in front of no one. It was really awkward.
Yeah, we were the idiots this time instead of the people in the building. They didn't even show up for it.
Well, no, it was Anna Jay. I'm more than happy to watch. But my point was, they've always done long shows. I think the thing about this show that really stood out after a while, especially the second half of the card, every match went 20, felt like it went 30, and the crowd was dead the majority of it. So, to me, you could do long shows if you have energy. But the crowd didn't have energy, the matches didn't get people energized, and everything went way too long. I would have rather they had another 5 matches and had a few of those matches go 7 minutes.
At least it would have just been different faces doing the same shit.
Yeah, no, seriously, I wish they just had a few 7-minute matches.
But no, because that doesn't give everyone a chance to express their art, because they have to go on and on. They just keep on going. Even though the match is blowing on and on, they just keep on going on. See, you didn't know I could croon with the best of them too, did you?
Is that what that is? That's crooning?
That's crooning right there, baby.
All right.
I'll have people throwing, well, they can't throw panties at the stage at me. If they're listening on their phone, just pull your panties off and throw them at whoever happens to be sitting around you right now.
Coming soon from Arcadian Vanguard Records, Cornette Croons.
Well, you know, they demand it. If they demand it. But speaking of lack of demand, so yes, this is the point I'm going to make at the start, and we might reiterate some of it as we go on. But Brian, if you've got 12 7-foot guys, you don't have any giants. If you've got 15 600-pound guys, you got no monsters. I don't know any plainer ways to state that all of these people All of these people do all of the same things in all of their matches, and all of the booking is doing the same things over and over in the finishes and or etc. I'm starting to come to a lack of how to clarify that it's just endless, because the only match on this show where any of the heels worked in any way differently, really, than any of the baby faces. It was Bobby Lashley and MJF, and otherwise it's just an all-out attempted murder for 4 hours. And I know people will say, well, that makes it exciting. And I'm not advocating for 15-minute headlocks that these people think in the days of Dick Schickat. Maybe they held a headlock for 15 minutes, but you can't just do this over and over, week in, week out, pay-per-view in, pay-per-view out, without having personalities that are over, that people are interested in, that they think are cool and are stars, and having them interact with each other in an interesting way, past constantly either attempting to murder somebody or imagining that you're Johnny Saint, or, one or the other. And again, in this whole thing, a lot of people are going to say, well, they did what you told them to. You say all the matches are multi-man matches, so they had mostly singles. Okay, now instead of 7 or 8 guys going to the floor and breaking furniture and fighting all over the arena and trying to fucking kill each other and selling nothing, you've just got 2 of them. So that does kind of make it less exciting when you've set up a baseline of, we're going to fucking floor this thing and blow the engine out until we hit the wall. So that's...
I think that's one of the reasons why, and I'm not trying to jump on the review if we're going to get to that right away, but, the match with Big Boom AJ and Big Justice.
Yes.
And the Rizzler. These guys were over with those fans almost as much as any of the AEW people were. And I thought that match was fascinating because, I'm not saying it was good, but I thought it was fascinating. It was good for the room.
Yes.
I thought it was fascinating because you talk about everyone working the same kind of match. Every single match on this show, everyone kicked out of everything. There were multiple matches where it's like, that's the perfect time to go to the finish, and they kept going. And more people just kicked out of anything. Again, all you need to do is lift up your arm. No matter how much you weigh, no matter what you look like, if you could do that, that's it. Just let someone kick you in the face and just lift up your arm every minute. That's all it takes. The Big Boom AJ match was like an indie match. It was like one of those matches on one of those Dennis shows, like, the principal will be in the corner. Or, it was just something that got the place going. So I'm saying it wasn't a technical masterpiece, and it was with modern pseudo-celebrities or whatever. They've made themselves apparently a pretty big following. I don't have any familiarity with them.
I don't have any idea either. I don't know why cookies are involved. I don't know why the Drizzler is. I don't know what this whole Boom thing is, but also it was their hometown. It wasn't like they're from, Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and they just showed up in Newark and were over like crazy. That's their home area, and they got their people to come.
I don't know how much of it's home area, though, because I think they live in Florida, even though they're from Jersey originally, but South Jersey.
Well, I think they had one of the noted Jersey press agents and publicity mongers up there in their corner. I'll tell you that. But no, the point being, they had a match. I wrote down it's a county fair match. It's basic, and it's like you said, if the high school principal or the local sponsor was either in the corner or in the match, or you were working. I got visions of Lawler working with radio DJs, right? And it worked because people went there to see this guy, and I don't know how old he is. They said he wrestled 25 years ago. Well, goddamn.
He's got to be in his early 50s.
But then, then he didn't. The thing is, he was bigger than most of the guys on the fucking AEW roster. And it was basic shit. And he hadn't been in the ring in 20 years, but goddamn, he didn't offend anybody. with either his appearance or his. But I mean, the kid doing this. I'm never going to go on record as saying 12-year-olds ought to be doing the spear, even if he does have considerable fucking ballast behind it.
Yeah, even if he's bigger than half the roster.
Yeah, the kid.
Yeah.
Yes, and but anyway, otherwise than that, the people like this, and I think they liked Ospreay, and what else did they like? Well, we'll go as we go through it, but
that match, that match got the room though, and you know what? It should have been on the main show. If this guy's such a social media celebrity and he got them a bunch of publicity and was able to walk into various places and get on TV to get publicity for this show, why wasn't this on the main card?
I don't. Because here, and we'll get to this also, but one of the matches on the card, they should have had that match on TV and then did what they did on TV on pay-per-view. Maybe, I don't fucking know, but in a lot of cases they will fall into something and then back up on it. I don't know if 600,000 people watch the Wednesday night program these days, and they're probably selling what now? Is it 100,000 pay-per-views? Old Bleacher Report went out of business or whatever happened there.
According to AEW, again, we've never had any concrete pay-per-view numbers, and I have reason to think they've maybe been inflated at times.
Well, but many have come from Uncle Dave himself.
And he doesn't have concrete now. Again, even Dave says, he gets estimates from...
Well, no, he has sources that he believes highly.
They give him estimates. They don't give him, this is the exact number.
I'm trying to be sarcastic, though. He has sources. He can believe his sources that tell him how great his sources are, but go ahead.
I have something controversial to say.
Yes.
Based on watching this pay-per-view event and seeing the card and knowing the roster and the sorry state of things, and also knowing that you need to do things different, and sometimes you need energy on these shows. You can't just have fans sitting there. You can hear everyone farting because everyone's so quiet. I think give Big Boom AJ a Tim Storm-style run at the AEW Championship and let him go over Moxley. Let that be the end of the Moxley shit. Who would have thought that was coming? Moxley gets speared by a 12-year-old and his dad pins him. And then you get him on TV everywhere. And then he could drop the belt to Bobby Lashley at some point or something, but it'll tell a story that people will get behind.
Hold on, people say I never admit it when I make a mistake. Well, I'm going to admit it right now. I am going to go on record as supporting a 12-year-old spearing a fucking guy if it's Moxley and his dad beats him. I'll go for that.
That's the way you can get around, too. No one could beat up Marina Shafir. What if it's a kid? What if the kid tackles Marina Shafir?
That's true, because, okay, a kid fucking underage child of either gender trumps a fucking hitting a female that's an adult.
Right.
Right? Because we've got, with the rules in wrestling are that the heel manager is the weakest of all, and then a babyface manager is still not as strong as a heel wrestler, but he's goddamn better than a heel manager, and on and on. So if a child of either gender attacks an adult woman, it's okay.
If Big Justice saw that Marina Shafir was about to hit his dad with the briefcase or something, and he just ran there and speared her or hit her in the head with a chair, he's a kid. You get away with it until you show some facial hair. Then you're fucked. Then it's like, nah, he looks old enough.
If they could special effect it to where when he went to spear her, his head just went straight up between her legs and the rest of his body sticking out, and she's like a fucking hoisted on his petard right there. That would be fucking hilarious. And then they'd have to call AAA to pull him out of because of the suction.
The kid's as big as Marina and Pac, so then you just have to worry about Claudio. But again, I'm all for it. Get the belt off Moxley.
I think at that point, Claudio just go home.
It's about time. Get the belt off Moxley. None of this is working. Nobody likes the way this is going except one person. And put it on Big Boom AJ and get on Fox News and get on Channel 5 News and get on Twitter and TikTok and everything else. Get everywhere with that. That will get you a different kind of thing as opposed to, hey, it's the WWE's other it's the other WWE. It's the lesser WWE. You don't want that.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't. Here's another question I want to ask. Since we're on the celebrity train, get on board the celebrity train. They're in Newark, New Jersey. I mean, a Hollywood elite are flocking to Newark there. At least they had eventually, not when the countdown show started, but eventually they had a decent crowd for them these days. So they could actually do a wide shot once in a while.
I think they were over 10,000. It was probably their best show domestically in a very long time. They did a really good job, actually.
Yeah, well, and also it's a pay-per-view in a metropolitan area. What is that up there now, Brian? You're technically almost in it. About 12 million people.
There's a lot of people up here, but I think the most impressive thing was the last week. I think when we did the preview, there was only like 6,000 tickets distributed, and it ended up being a lot more than that. So that's a pretty good walk-up. They usually, I guess that's something they've done before in the New York market, because they've done that with Grand Slam, didn't they? Where one year there was
Boom AJ.
Big Boom AJ.
You know, here's what the thing is, though, in all honesty, and this kind of is on a bigger scale for a national show like this, but it's same thing happening in the territories. When it's hot, people want to buy advance tickets because they don't want to end up. I went to Cincinnati one time to see Mid-Atlantic Wrestling. One time. It was their debut in the fucking market, right? At Cincinnati Gardens. And I had seen what Jared had done when he tried to go in there a year beforehand, and we just drove on up and said, well, we'll get a ticket at the fucking door. And there was 8,500 people there. We got a ticket up in the goddamn nosebleed section. But when people know when it's cooled off and they're not drawing, they can wait till the last couple of days, make sure they want to go, decide they want to go. Also, they can buy, in a lot of cases, general admission ticket. And if it's not such a great house, they can wander down into the better seats and nobody's going to fuck with them. That type of thing happens also. So, but then if it's something that they end up wanting to go to, you get a bigger walk up. But remember, we've been talking about that. The advance sale for the territory days used to be 25 or 30% of what your house would be. Whereas now it's like fucking 90% or whatever. Anyway, but speaking of, while we're still in Hollywood, who is Paul Walterhausen? I've seen his name in reports on wrestling, actor or TV star or however they describe him. Paul Walterhausen, I never knew what he looked like. And now that I know what he looks like, what the fuck has he been on to be famous?
He was in one of the seasons of Karate Kid, Cobra Kai, but he was like the worst character on that show and they didn't bring him back. And I think he played Richard Jewell in that movie they made about the Olympic bombing in Atlanta.
Oh, well, yes. I actually would know of what a picture of the actual Richard Jewell would look like. But I've never seen this fucking guy.
Well, and then other than that, we've heard that he's a big wrestling fan. He's appeared on AEW before. I think he's, if not Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, one of the Southern California indies. He's a regular there. And that's obviously, what he was dressing to here. Was dressing to going to these shows. But, AEW embracing celebrity. I mean, that's something WWE does.
Well, okay, but how are we defining, wait a minute, celebrity, hold on. American Heritage Dictionary. Let me just see how we're defining celebrity these days. Because, I think Big Boom AJ's a bigger celebrity than this guy. He's supposed to have been on fucking television.
I think so too, and actually that's part of the thing. I think social media, there's more people that are celebrities now amongst podcasters and just social media content creators than actual movie stars and TV stars, because who watches fucking TV and stuff?
Well, I watch TV, but at the same time, I don't keep track of every goddamn person that's played every bit role and underneath part on every television show ever. Hold on here. I was looking up celibate. Oh, I have to figure that out later.
That's
ceaseless. Celery. Celebrated. Celebrate. Celebrity. A famous person. Or renown. Fame. I don't know that some of these people fit celebrity. Nevertheless, we'll move on. It's a lower bar to fucking limbo under than
He
normal.
certainly added a lot.
Only if there was a weight limit on the fucking podium there. Anyway, the aforementioned Anna J match, I started to say Anna Sky. She was Joe and Bill's daughter, Anna Sky. Anna J wrestled Deonna Purrazzo, who we had just said, have we seen her in like 6 months? And boom. Like monkeys, they jump on our commands when we got to book Deonna now. Did you watch the match? You watched the match because of Anna J. Did you see the Phantom Bump? They weren't in Lewiston, Maine, but goddamn, this is the answer to the Phantom Punch.
Yeah, I saw everything. Again, I watched it. I'm not saying it was a technical classic or technically sound or very good.
Or technically there. No, I didn't watch the rest of it. I don't know, but I couldn't reach. I had something in my hand, possibly petting Harley. I couldn't reach the remote in time. About 30 seconds in, they were doing a spot where apparently AJ just forgot to hit her and Deonna Purrazzo just fucking went down. And Anna J was looking like, oh shit, should I have done something there? She just ran up to her and boom. She went out. I was like, what the fuck? I watched it in slow motion. There was no contact of anything. There was no blow thrown or attempted. It was just like she just kind of ran toward her and boom. And then I moved along. Who won that contest? Do you remember? The right cheek or the left cheek?
You know, I actually don't remember who won. They had Taya Valkyrie at ringside. She's now.
Was that who that was?
She's apparently aligned with Deonna Purrazzo now. Yeah, that was Taya Valkyrie.
Well, she changed her hair and her
completely different look.
Everything. I did not know that was her.
Well,
son of a gun.
Those fans weren't there yet, so they missed it too. But
well, they also go ahead.
No, Anna J is just
yeah.
You know, sometimes you just see someone, you're like, that person needs to run off to the south of France with me for like 2 weeks.
Moving on. So we had a 4-way match where a Martin brother, I can't remember which one he is.
Dante. It was
Dante. Wrestled Rigor Mortis against Commander, against Buddy Matthews. Again, they expect people to take Buddy Matthews seriously in this heel group that they have going on that is now has, what are they? The House of the Kings of the Black Throne of people.
Well, no, they're the House of Black, but the Kings of the Black Throne are a subsect of the house.
A wholly owned subsidiary? Never. The point is, why is Buddy Matthews in a 4-way with job guys on a pre-show? And look at the athlete he is and the way he can work. And he's got a shitty fucking name that I would change in a heartbeat when I found him some kind of gimmick where you could present him as somebody would go out and fucking break people's necks for a daily habit and get him away from his supernatural mumbo jumbo hocus pocus that Malachi Boring has thrust everybody in. But they had that match. And then they had the aforementioned, and we've talked a bit about it, but we got to provide some details. The big AJ, Big Boomer fellow, Big Boom AJ and Big Justice, and they brought out Paul White still works there, and bless him for it. What are they having him do? What is he allowed to do? Why have we not seen him in 2 years? Does he do something on another show? Is he on Rampage?
He was on one of the internet shows, I think, when they had those. He was better on commentary than all the regular commentators.
Well, yeah, well, because their regular commentators are not actually regular commentators. They're not up to the median standard, but so they brought him out to do the color on the Costco match, and I don't know how the Rizzler. What is the Rizzler?
The Rizzler.
What is the gimmick of the? I mean, he's another one of the member of the family, but why is he the Rizzler?
I'm not exactly sure, but give him credit. He stayed in complete gimmick the whole time.
Well, yes, he's carefully, he's invested in his case. He's gone to the method acting school. I think he's doing some Strasbourg there. But so AJ Boomer brought the boom, and at the start, the Big Show was there so that he could back QT down when QT went to menace the Rizzler. And I mean, and they had a basic spot show territory wrestling match where the chances of the guy who hasn't wrestled in 20 years and then obviously not at a worldwide level wouldn't go fuck anything up, so people either shit on it or didn't feel good for him because they were predisposed to like him. And the heel tries to guide the ship and become the foil for the, the people to laugh at him and more or less. And besides the kid getting to do a spear on a grown man, I'd have even taken a kick in the balls. Maybe QT didn't want to volunteer for that fucking chunky little son of a bitch to kick him in the balls. But otherwise than that, that's what they did. They had a basic match, and the fucking babyface powerbombed him. 1, 2, 3. And they could, again, they got a reaction, not only because of who was in it, and they were, wanting to like the guy, but also because nobody really fucked anything up and was embarrassing or, it took a phantom bump that I saw. I didn't watch it like the Zapruder film, but I think they at least tried to halfway swing at the guy when he fell down. Brian, did I miss any Invisible Man tactics?
No, I mean, AJ threw better punches than half the roster. Probably,
and again, the bar is low, but there you are, yeah.
Again, this goes back to that argument for years about what is good wrestling. And you would go to some of these indie shows here in New Jersey. And, for a long time, you didn't get... If you got like one match with one high flyer, you were lucky. Devin Storm stood out immediately on those Dennis shows because he was like trying to do crazy shit that he couldn't even do yet. I saw him do an Acai moonsault land on his head. He wasn't right, but he was trying it. But you got a lot of matches similar to this that, like I said about the Anna Jay match, not a technical classic, but the difference is you get the room into it. Everyone there seemed to be as invested in the finish of this as in the finish of any other match on the show, which is insane. But it says something, too. It wasn't just the celebrity. It was the kind of match they tried to do.
Yeah, it's the people involved. If you say, hey, we're going to have a fucking show on Saturday night where Joe Bob Smith and Billy Bob Briggs are going to beat each other with light tubes. You could hold it in a fucking basement. But if you say we're going to have a show at this goddamn giant building where The Rock and Conor McGregor are going to fucking trade insults with each other, you probably sell 10,000 fucking tickets. And I'm not trying to put The Rock over, but you know what I'm saying? It's who the people are and whether they're good, have a reputation for being somewhat good in that field, and they're over, people know them, and they're stars, and they have an issue, and they can, instead of just endless indie-rific shit, that instead of a rec center or a high school gym, it's in a goddamn major building because somebody wanted to spend $250 million fucking dollars on it. But this is the reason why that they're contracting an audience, whether they're expanding financially with money that people will pay them to fart in church. That's one thing. But whether they're getting an audience to watch and come and see and whatever, and making stars and celebrities out of their guys and their talent, no. Because it's just over and over and over. Anyway, we'll move on to the pay-per-view.
Big Boom AJ and Big Justice and the Rizzler.
Yes.
Is now the time to hold Tony up for more money? And say, if not, I'm calling Nick Khan. He sees what we did.
I think there may be a ceiling to the celebrity level of
AEW?
Of WWE that they might want Big Boom and the cast to fill out a few more applications before they get to that point.
I don't know. You know, that is one of the things that's interesting to think about. WWE has embraced a lot of social media celebrities. They've embraced celebrities we've never heard of. Remember Sexy Red? Apparently she has a following. Yeah. And they've actually, under Paul Levesque, it seems like they've tried, or under, I don't know if that's actually a Paul Levesque call, but they've tried to incorporate any celebrity or pseudo-celebrity they can. But
well, anyway. Then maybe there might be a bidding war for the Boom War. War for the Boom.
To what I said earlier, do you think this match should have been on the main pay-per-view show, considering the interest and the attention from the fans?
Yes, especially if they were going to do it. Why wouldn't you fucking do it? It's not even, like you said, for the local market. They put these guys on national TV on Dynamite and said, we're going to have this match at this thing. So it's not like they were trying to hide it and just do it in Newark and nobody else would know about it. So
that's
it would have been different than everything on the main show. And you would have seen people jumping up and down a little bit.
Well, that was the big match on the pre-show.
And then we went right into a World Tag Team Championship 4-way match. And wait a minute, hold on. They had the entrances on the pre-show. So again, shorting the people who just tuned in to see what they paid for. But it was the House of the Black Throne Kings, the Outrunners, the Acclaimed, and Private Party, who got strippers for dancers. They didn't take it. They had already taken almost everything off. They didn't take anything off on camera. What do you call it when you go out there semi-buck naked anyway? You're not a stripper. Are you a fucking exhibitionist?
You're asking me, what do you call that in-between thing between
where they've just
stripper I don't know what you're saying.
Actually. They've just got way too little on to be appropriate in public where children are present, but at the same time they're not really taking anything off because they're already there. So they can't be a stripper. Let us know, Cult of Cornette members, what the term would be.
And send photos.
And send so that we get an idea of visual representation of what. But anyway, so now are they doing something where Caster is turning on Bowens, or are they just really mad at each other? What is happening here?
It seemed to be that. I mean, from the very beginning, he threw the microphone at him, and then there were a few moments in the match. Bowens is on TV all the time again because those PC Richards commercials he filmed a few years ago are airing again for the holidays, and it ends with Bowens crossing his arms and smiling for like 5 seconds. So he's all over New York TV. And it appears to be that they are doing that. And you know what? It's probably time to do that. If you're going to do anything else with Max Caster, let alone Anthony Bowens, you got to do it. You're running out of time.
Well, he did his rap, but instead of the everybody loves the best or everybody loves the Acclaimed, he said everybody loves the best wrestler alive. And then he didn't just pitch the microphone at Bowens. He sidearmed it at him like he wanted to fucking stick it down his throat. And I'm like, what the fuck? And if they're working, they did a good job because it almost looked like they'd had an argument before they went out there, and he's there, motherfucker, boom. So they did a good job. Or maybe next week they'll be happy on TV, and I was right. They just got pissed at each other. But anyway, Private Party beat Caster in about 20 minutes. That's really because we got a lot of ground to cover, and it's a 4-way tag team match, and that's the way they start to show off.
Well, they actually started the introductions to the match before the show. The pre-show got the intros.
The entrances, yes. So that's why I said to some of the people who just watched the pay-per-view didn't get all that they paid for because they put the. Oh, I never even made my fucking point earlier. You just distractified me, you son of a gun. If 600,000 people are watching the Wednesday night TV and 100,000 people are buying a pay-per-view, how many people are watching the hour and a half before the pay-per-view? One would think significantly less, unless you sit there for another hour and a half and I have to go in and record. When I buy the pay-per-view, I have to record earlier stuff also instead of, if I'm DVRing the pay-per-view to get the pre-show, I have to back up and purposely record that also. So the point is, it's the smallest viewership that they put Big Boom AJ and the crew on. And, blah, blah, blah. I should have made that point then.
Yeah, you have to wonder how many people tuned in thinking that match, if they got anybody who wasn't a normal AEW pay-per-view buyer, and I don't know that they do, but if they do, if this generated some interest, how many realized that it wasn't actually on the pay-per-views on the pre-show?
Yeah. On Wednesday night, they said, yeah, he's got it at Full Gear. So 30 people in Des Moines, because they've got a big Costco enclave there, they buy the pay-per-view and they missed it. And they're out $50 because they put it. Anyhow, I have realized what listening to Pockets try to do a wrestling promo sounds like.
What's that?
It's like listening to an insurance salesman talking about the new medical plan they want to fucking sell you. You just tune it out because it's coming from that face and with no sincerity, which is allegedly part of his gimmick that 5 years in has never been explained, justified, whatever description you want to give. And this was the guy that's in the main event for the world title. If you are a WWE fan, and as we've said, there's more of them, numerically, statistically, empirically provable, or if you're a fan of any kind of wrestling in the past 50 years, and you look at some of these people, you're like, what the fuck is this bullshit? And you wouldn't give it a chance. And I don't know what they're thinking. Did you notice what our boy MJF did again this time?
What he did again this time? What do you mean? No.
Yes. He got in and got out before he got any on him.
Yeah, usually, a few times he's been in the opening match. He got, the second match here for the main
Yes,
show.
well, because he knew that at least nothing was going to register out of the four-way, but, that got him in their seats and everything, but he doesn't go on eighth after everybody's taking chainsaws to people because he is he's the star of the show in the ring. I'm not talking about how he's being used. And he's the only one that really works differently than everybody else and kind of gets you up because he makes you think about what you're looking at. So he goes in early before the Indie-rific bunch kills the crowd by, breaking up enough furniture to have a bonfire. And then the problem is he's wrestling Roddy, but as we've now come to find out, even as badly as Roderick Strong has been maliciously booked since he's been there, because Adam Cole just fell apart, the people like Roddy better now than they like Adam. And Roddy can outperform him.
And they don't like Roddy.
And they don't really like Roddy, but they got into this because MJF... everybody else is out there trying to hit a couple notes on a goddamn, piano. But MJF is in the back playing a cello or a violin where he hits the subtle notes. And he knows how to get the most out of shit without killing himself. Because he knows how to work. And Roddy obviously can't match him in a cunning linguist category for the promos, but Roddy can work seriously and lay shit in and is physical and a blah, blah, blah. He just needs a direction of where he's supposed to be, what he's supposed to be doing when he's being booked somehow, which this has just all been nonsense. But nevertheless, I think I said beforehand I was probably going to like this match just as a match better than anything else, and pretty much did. It may have, again, did they need the last 4 or 5 minutes? Or I don't mean the last 4 or 5 minutes, take that out. I mean, just shorten it up where they got to the meat of the matter and got to finish in 4 or 5 less minutes. But again, MJF is the only different guy with the attitude, the facials, the tactics. He sells like a heel and his offense works like a heel. And the match made sense in terms of, again, nobody kicked out of that I saw of a tombstone pile driver onto the, landmine left there in World War II. And Roddy at some points, he's laying his shit in. MJF, his shit looks good and he doesn't spam it, as the kids say. And then finally, the only thing I didn't understand was the finish, and I will illustrate it, Brian, and you tell me what I missed. Roddy's making his comeback, blah, blah, blah. He's hit a couple of big moves. He's hit the big kick. And MJF, boom, took a bump on the one move, bump on the other move, bump on the kick. And then Roddy goes for a suplex, and MJF just picked him up and brainbustered him. After he'd been hit with these 3 fucking things. And then when they both sold the brainbuster, then Roddy's the one that rolled over and got his arm over the top of him, got a 2 count. And he's the one that just got brainbustered. And then as he put the arm on him and got the 2 count, MJF grabbed Roddy's arm and rolled over and got the arm bar and made him tap right there. So what was I missing about the continuity of that sequence of events?
I'm not sure. It really came out of nowhere. I know MJF's won matches like out of nowhere in the past with like a nut shot or something, but this was pretty quick and it just happened. And it was different than the other matches on the show that just went nonstop, finish after finish, but it seemed rather abrupt.
They were building something there, but I'm not saying that it's not a good finish, that if Roddy had him covered with one arm for him to kick out and get the arm. I'm saying that MJF is the one that just brainbustered Roddy after MJF had been hit with 3 big things, and then Roddy's the one that rolled over and covered. So something happened there. Anyway, then MJF, of course, because he's just made the guy tap out, he wants to break his arm. So he goes and gets a chair and he puts Roddy's hand in the chair and he stomps it. And then Adam Cole's music plays, but here comes Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, Matt Taven, and Mike Bennett. And they hit the ring, so MJF runs off through the crowd. And I was wondering why, because O'Reilly already told everybody that MJF was just going to kill them. He says, no, don't fuck with him. He's going to kick the shit out of all of us. But he took off. And then Kyle O'Reilly is pissed off and he shoves Adam Cole down on his ass. And it's your fault. I told you this was going to happen. He's going to hurt this guy. He's going to fuck all of us up. Is this a revolutionary new strategy to get a heel over by having the baby faces fight amongst themselves about quit fucking with this guy?
Or is this a revolutionary way to end the MJF Adam Cole feud? It just ends because the other guy's mad that it's happening.
But I mean, what is is Kyle going to join with MJF because these numbnutses over here won't listen to him, and then we're going to have tag team matches? Playa? But with who? With Cole, and pick one of these other fucking sorry losers.
MJF has to be unglued from all of this. Quickly.
I think somebody's sniffing the glue.
And by the way, I'll say, because I noticed it with MJF, although that's part of his gimmick, I think, because it's been going on from the beginning. But Roddy, Adam Cole, everyone on this show, everything. Who does the spray tans for AEW? Because they probably need to be fired. Everyone's orange or yellow.
I know the Simpsons character look, and make the fucking guys pull their knee pads down. It may happen in the match. Oh, but I'm just. Can you imagine Dusty Rhodes be telling Nikita Koloff and Barry Windham and the Road Warriors, "Hey, let's not fuck with that fucking Flair. He's gonna kick his shit out of all of us." Well, you know what was up next, Brian? The long-awaited women's championship, or one of the women's title match. What title does Mercedes Moné have that she was putting up against Chris Statlander? It's the TBS title.
I believe so. I believe TBS and New Japan Women's Strong.
Oh, Jesus.
Is it Women's Strong or Strong Women's?
Strong Women. Well, it ought to be Strong Women. You don't want to put it on any weak women.
That's not what I was saying. But...
So... You know, these weak women are a big problem in the world today. Speaking of weak women, Camille has been told to watch from the back. Just what the fuck is she really hurt?
Do they think this is going to make her a big baby face?
Well, they're sadly mistaken, but even if she was really hurt, you wouldn't do this. But if she's not hurt and she just got the sling on, Anyway, as a matter of fact, there was a sign in the match early on, "Free Camille," across from the hard camera. Because we'd rather see her than Mercedes Moné. This is the only person on this roster that I get the opinion that even the AEW fans are booing her, not because they know she's a heel and they're supposed to and they like that, but that they're booing her legitimately with some emotion, like, "We don't want to see you. Please don't talk anymore." Is that the way it comes off to you, or is she just doing it when they do make any reaction at all? Is this revolutionary heel work or just, "Oh, fuck, no, not you again"?
I think that's been the general reaction. This night was a little different because I think the match won over the room a little bit by the end. So for a moment, they got past we don't want to see Mercedes Moné, but she did the match that everyone else did on the show. You kick out of every single thing that looks like it would have killed you. And it worked for that room. Well, so I think for a little period of time there, they put away their Mercedes Moné sickness because they enjoyed the match.
Well, I was talking about when she came out and first interacted with people anyway, but the match was, as these things go for Mercedes, better than normal. You know why? It's the fucking Linda Miles principle. In reverse. In that, remember I always told Linda Miles was not only so awkward and green, but she was so big that the other girls couldn't move her around. Well, this is the opposite. Statlander, for all of the gimmick changes she's gone through, and, you know, she disappears and reappears, and they do this and that and the other thing. We don't know what the fuck's going on.
She turned babyface with no explanation. Got rid of her manager with no explanation. Things
just happen, and we're not clued in on it. But the point is, she's pretty good, and she's big enough to move Mercedes around. And to fucking sometimes get in the right place or put her in the right place. And the thing I didn't like about the match is, again, we know Mercedes is going to win, or at least we were pretty sure. And wouldn't you know who won the pony? But that Statlander, to try to make her, they cut her off too quick. Mercedes worked with her like they were equal size, and they were just doing moves back and forth. And because Mercedes doesn't probably know how. She's never been in any real wrestling environment. How a little chicken shit heel like her should work with a big baby face. And again, with Mercedes going over, Statlander should have had quite a bit of the match, but instead they kind of did the deal that a lot of the indie wrestlers talk themselves into. Well, I'll give you everything, and I still won't beat you, and that'll make you so strong. Well, no, it just makes the whole fucking match phony. But also, no, you see what I'm saying? I think Statlander should have had a little more of the match. Again, Mercedes overacts horribly at the 2 counts with the screaming and the gripping of her. She's flipping her wig almost is what she's doing.
Why doesn't a babyface use the wig as a weapon? We know now she's wearing a wig. Just go for the wig. Every move should just be like, I'm going to get you in a headlock because I'm going to rip this fucking thing off your head.
See, man, well, and pulling hair is illegal, but if it's fake hair.
Yeah, how does that work in terms of the rules? Is a wig covered under the don't pull hair rule?
Well, but then no, it would be covered under the you cannot pull tights rule, because it's the pull tights rule is also any part of the opponent's apparel cannot be pulled in such a fashion.
You know, this match is one of the times on this show where I felt like they almost had a moment where if they had done something different than what they did, the fans would have gone ape shit.
Yeah.
And the fans, again, it wasn't the booking. The fans were ready to go crazy for Statlander if she won. Obviously she didn't, but it seemed like the longer it went, the more fans thought that in the room that maybe Statlander was going to win.
Maybe. And as a matter of fact, I swear to God, I'm just looking at the notes I made. More kickouts. Mercedes worked the bad leg, splashed the knee, and got a 2 count. I'm not sure what the fuck was going on there, but then I wrote, fans are hoping Statlander will win. And again, it's, you can't say this crowd is straight babyface and heel. They just like Statlander better. But then after all of that, Mercedes again did all kinds of things, meteoras and the like. And all that fancy stuff. And then Statlander picks her up for a tombstone. And Mercedes bites her leg to get out of it, which is kind of cool. But she goes over backwards and picks her up or does some kind of flip or whatever. The point is, she threw Statlander into the second rope, throat first in name only and description only, really. And then covered her awkwardly, 1, 2, 3. After they're jumping up after fucking top rope, goddamn have a coronas and all these major moves, and this little bitty, not only the little bitty girl that is reversing around Statlander's tombstones and shit, but then this little tuck into the ropes and a fucking awkward cover. I was like, maybe it worked in rehearsal. Do you think it could have been something else?
I'm not exactly sure. When she went throat first, that was a bit unique. And then again, boom, right to the finish.
But she went in with the force of a granny driving to church on Sunday. Coming off of what they had done before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing. They just did that flash finish with MJF. And then all of a sudden right here, it was a night of the heels winning. It was a night of AEW saying, fuck you to the Northeast fans, and the heels won, other than Big Boom AJ.
Well, but not, actually, it depends on who you think the heels are. Because have we determined that? Because the next match, Light Switch Jay White and Hangnail Adam Page.
Oh, you know who's the heel in this match? The Timekeeper. Why wasn't this a 10-minute match? Why did this have to go as long as it went?
Oh, good lord. 20 fucking minutes. Well, no, more than 20 minutes. But was any match on the card less interesting to people to begin with? I can't remember why Jay White is a babyface after he was a heel for so long and then gone, and then he was hurt and Juice was hurt. And then this match, again, was it falls count anywhere? Was it no disqualification? Was it lazy booking? What was it? They just went out on the floor and fought in the entranceway and on the floor for minutes and weren't counted out. And it just went on with moves back and forth, and people were kind of staring, except when, again, if somebody chops, they get to woo. They like that. And then after really just having a match for a long time, They countered each other's finishes back and forth a time or two into Jay White's, and Jay White beat him 1, 2, 3. So Hangnail's stock has fallen.
Which got a good pop.
Well, yeah, because they didn't expect it.
And it came after just boring. I mean, it was the quietest match. You're not even really, I mean, there were times at home it was really quiet. You hear sometimes from people in the arena, they're like, oh, the fans are really into everything. Well, I mean, they were dead silent, but at least they came up for the finish, I guess.
But again, you know, when the matches start getting so repetitive, but, you know, it's like, would it make a lot of people are going to say, well, when they have up and down the match or up and down the card matches where they fight on the floor forever, the referee just stares, they use objects, people come in, even if it's not just no disqualification, but then they'll just make it no DQ and there's no rules in this match, no rules in that match. To make it more exciting. Okay. What about if in the NBA Finals, Brian, or maybe even the March Madness, the NCAA, the inbounds pass, when the guy catches it, he doesn't have to dribble. He can just tuck it under his arm and just run down the court, and he doesn't have to dribble. That'd make it more exciting. What about if everybody else trying to stop him, instead of guarding him or trying to draw a charge, they could just fucking drag him down and tackle him? That would make it more exciting. And then, you know, what about if his teammates were allowed to block for him? That would make basketball much more exciting, wouldn't it? But that's not how you play that fucking game. So to have anything register that is outside the norm, you have to have a norm. To have any heel cheat and get heat for it, you have to have rules for him to break. To have anybody get over by doing a specific outrageous thing, such as bleeding or fighting on the floor or whatever the case, you can't have everybody doing it in every fucking match. And I mean, to the point where how many matches have we seen lately where there's multiple tables broken in the same match and then more tables broken in matches after that? That's the norm, and the norm is that just everything happens all the time, and then you tune it out. So anyway, that's and I thought that Paige's stock has fallen here, possibly because does anybody think that Jay White at this point is ever going to mean anything here? That ship has sailed if it was going to happen to begin with. I mean, it'll mean more than, you know, the legless boy or whatever the fuck. But, I mean, anything in the way of actually moving needle, drawing money, getting ratings, that ship has sailed a long time ago because he's not new anymore. But now Paige is doing a job for him. I'm wondering if Hangnail, but now later on, is he switching babyface again? This antisocial cowboy?
Let's save the end stuff to the end because I don't completely understand, and I don't think they do either, whatever they were trying to do. So there's a lot to break down there. But
by the time that we get to it, it may have changed again, is what you're saying.
But, you know, this was in the middle, you know, of when that streak started with the Mercedes Moné match. Every match was like 20 minutes at least.
Yes.
Other than the Lashley match, every match went 20 minutes. But to me, this one felt a lot longer. Because of how quiet it got and just what they were doing, it felt like it took forever to get to the finish. All I kept thinking was, what would I do if I went to a show like this? And I was like, would I be able to hold up a sign that said, go home, or would they take it from me? And I would just constantly hold up, go home, go home.
Or the other way that the boys used to say it, it's Miller time. Anyway, and then Adam Page left. No, what did he do? No, that's Jay White left, and then Page went and leveled him on the ramp, and then Chris Daniels came out, be like, why you want to do that to that guy? And then he knocked out Christopher Daniels. So that'll be at least a fine, according to Sockface, to knock out the fuck. Remember when Chris Daniels was the voice of the voiceless or the homeless or Tony Khan?
I don't know what he was.
He was Tony Khan's guy that was going to make all the rulings until the next week, and then he never did it again.
And again, Chuck Taylor just got taken out by Moxley. Not Chuck Taylor, the wrestler. We were told it was Chuck Taylor, the backstage producer.
Yes.
And now the almost a general manager doesn't really do anything role on the show. He gets taken out. It's just, there's like no reason for any of the chaos that happens. Wrestling needs chaos at times, but there has to be reason for it. On this show, there's no reason.
Yes, and it happens intermittently, not constantly. But there's going to be repercussions over that. All right, let's get to the big one coming up next between Will Ospreay and Kyle Felcher. And why does Don Fallis never manage? He comes out with this guy and he goes, well, no, come on. He's watched enough TV.
It's not that
simple. He's been around me.
Hey, there's plenty of people on that roster that watch a lot of wrestling. Look at how they are in the ring.
Well, but nevertheless, he's old enough. He could have figured it out. No, he goes to Color, and there's already 3 guys over there, but he's not actively involved when his man has a match of any kind, which to me diminishes the importance of it, because I would only go over and do Color when my guys were fighting job guys, and I'd make mockery of them. But nevertheless, I know their wardrobe budget must be endless also, but is Kyle's new wearing apparel, including wearing a crown, is that from somebody in a video game? What video game is that from?
I have no idea.
Because, I mean, now he's gone from the blonde-headed kid, and then he became a heel, and he had an obnoxious blonde hair, but he was trying to put a look together, and then he was dressed like Michael Myers in Halloween one week, and then he shaved his head, and he's the king with the fucking throne or the crown, and I don't know what's going on here, but I thought it might be a video game.
I'm not sure. He's definitely, for someone who has his size, he's put on a lot of weight in the right way in the last year. He's one of the few guys on that roster that they've spent some time on. Not to say they do anything right.
But that he has actually improved his own appearance.
Yeah, and he has a look. Like, you could see him working for WWE, because I think he's like 6'5" or 6'4", so he already is taller than half the roster. Well, half. He's taller than the majority of the roster. But no, I think Fletcher's, I thought he looked good with the blonde hair as a heel, but I think he's done a good job of growing into being a American wrestler.
Well, and that's the thing. That's what I noted. And the problem, again, is the way that they book other people. They're trying to give Kyle a rub and get him over by having him beat a top guy, which the young guy beating the older established veteran who's a name, boom, brings you up. Yes, but the problem is Ospreay is the closest chance that they've got at having a star babyface. And the way they've booked him since he's been there, I don't think it's just, okay, now you're just another one of the boys when he's getting beat by Kyle, who right now, to me, needs developmental or a territory or something for 18 months, and you could really polish him up instead of doing it every week on TV. Let's add this, take that off, and subtract this and shave his head. And we're all watching it happen do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bring us the finished product after you've tried it out on the road. That would have helped him, and he'd be more polished, and he'd probably be more readier for this because he's putting the work in physically and et cetera, like you said. But the same thing is later on with Swerve and Lashley. It'd be great to have this match later, because the guy just been there for 3 fucking weeks. But anyway, the problem is with this match, again, they're friends and they're putting it together, and nobody's going to tell them what to do. And that's why they did shit that their people would have told them not to do. They trade forearms at the bell and then start their spots at 100 miles an hour. And they're doing flips off the stairs a minute in. And Kyle does a great DDT and does great athletic moves and flips and all these big moves, and he throws punches like a fucking girl. Things like that, if you could get in a ring with a Dick Murdoch who'd make you learn one way or the other. Just a time or two. That's what helped a lot of guys. That opportunity doesn't exist anymore. But then Kyle gave Will a brainbuster on the floor at 4 minutes into the match. And bear in mind, they're going past 20. And after the brainbuster on the floor, he rolled him in and tried to pin him down with a double finger lock. Did you catch that one?
I did.
It'd be like a guy trying to run across the interstate being hit by a fucking semi. And when he lands, you'd go over there and you'd, I'm going to smother him just to make sure. What the? So then, he got some heat on Ospreay. But then after some heat, Ospreay just came back and hit a flippy thing off the top to the floor and a forearm off the top. And then they stood there and allowed each other to chop them. I don't know how you say that sentence, to be honest with you. Allowed each other to purposely strike the other person without trying to prevent it. And then they started doing big moves, but none of them did damage. They might both lay there and sell after 3 or 4 of them for a little while and then get up and go 100 miles an hour and never. But there's not even time for a guy to take a bump before the other guy would shrug off whatever and do his own big move. And then Ospreay gave Kyle a tombstone pile driver on the floor. And at that point, Schiavone started plugging the upcoming Continental Tournament. When people would have, on the other channel, they would have been screaming for a fucking ambulance and trying to kick the people out of the building for doing it. And that's why everybody's reacting to it. Over here, within 1 minute on the clock, the guy who got tombstone pile driven on the floor was 100% and is back doing big moves at 100 miles an hour. And so they're trying to be a video game because that's their frame of reference of what is cool combat to them, because they unfortunately are so young. They were not exposed to the wrestling business when they had access to numerous minds that would have told them how to fucking do this shit and how to think about it. So if you could do something special, you can work it into the rules of the game instead of having the NCAA finals where they don't have to dribble and they can tackle the fucking guy with the ball. So then they were on the apron doing shit back and forth while the referee stared gawkedly at them. And then Felcher gave Ospreay a tombstone pile driver off the apron of the ring onto the top of the steel stairs.
Yeah, that was a bit much considering, again, the pile driver is kind of out there right now. And not saying you have to honor what another company does, but when another company puts over the pile driver the way they do, and then they do this kind of thing here, I don't know. Should one company, honor is not the right word, but honor what the other company's doing with a move like that? And
it's not even that. It's honoring logic and the integrity of your business. And why would you do something that's that risky that also means nothing and is so phony? And people ain't gonna remember it. I wouldn't have remembered it of all the pile drivers on the floor, except I wrote it down. But the point is, it's not honoring another company's rules or regulations or angles or whatever. To if you pick a motherfucker up and drop him from a height on his head on metal or concrete, that he should go down and stay down for a little while. That's the integrity of the goddamn profession. because it's stupid otherwise. And what he gave him a tombstone pile driver off the apron of the ring onto the top of the steel stairs and then rolled him in and didn't cover him. He hit a flying knee and then he gave him a front pile driver and got a 2 count. And now it's just garbage. And I said, that was 22 minutes in. And I said, I'm done. It's horseshit. And I hit the fast forward button. And honestly, 2 minutes later, not of fast forwarding, but 2 minutes in actual time, that's where Kyle gave Ospreay a brainbuster on the top turnbuckle. And it covered him 1, 2, 3. And just beat him. So the heel beats the top babyface by not cheating. And the manager doesn't help. But in the middle of the match, they each gave and survived moves and things that were much more devastating. And then, which is kind of like, I don't know what it's kind of like. It's kind of like stupid is what it's kind of like. So again, there's the bubble of fans that like this kind of thing thought that this was just tremendous. And this is why that their buildings are emptier and that people are more over when they get there. And the people like the idea of them than they are 6 months later when the people have seen them do all this shit over and over and there's nothing left. Felcher needs developmental, like I said, for 18 months. And Ospreay, you know, you can't do a bunch of favors trying to elevate your friend when you've been diminished rather than enhanced since you've been on the television program. And neither one of you are characters in a video game. I know you have fun, but what did we say earlier? You know, too many guys are having the match they want to have for the persona that they want to play instead of having a match that the fans will like and understand based on the gimmick that you're working in who you are and how you fill that out, whether you appear visually to look like the gimmick that you are performing. And they don't understand that. They don't understand casting in Hollywood. Maybe we could put it like that. There's certain parts that certain people get cast for in Hollywood because they fit the fucking visual image of that person, and others don't get cast in those parts because they don't look the part. That's where that fucking phrase came from. Jump in anytime, Brian.
You know, I said this was in the middle of a string of matches where everything went 20 minutes. This went like 25 minutes. And I like these two, and I'm more tolerant of a, New Japan Dome finish or, minutes into the finish than you are. But this was too long for me. For these two in the middle of their, early stages of their blood feud. And then for me personally, once the spot on the stairs happened, I was like, this is ridiculous. And I was waiting for the finish at that point. And it took another few minutes. Because everything, that was every match from the, for the rest of this card. I'm waiting for the finish and it never comes. And there's just more and more and more.
Well,
but the other thing is,
a watched pot always rings twice.
The other thing is, I think the people there for the main card may have enjoyed this more than anything else. And that hurt everything else after this.
Well, yeah, because again, Ospreay is the closest thing they've got to a babyface superstar, and everything they do is to fight against that development. But and after that, what else can you do after this? They're just people that are uglier and don't look as good physically doing the same kind of fucking shit.
Well, again, they followed up that match, that 25-minute match, with another match that would go close to 20 minutes. And this was the one where it seemed like the room was dead. I didn't give a shit.
Well, now, wait a minute. Hold on. You're skipping over something.
Oh, that's right.
And the next match you're talking about, but not the next event. The next event was the champagne bottle celebration with Maria May and Mina. Mina, I'm going to call her my little Mina mouse. Because she's so cute. She's like a cute little mouse in the corner, right?
I think she's the most over woman now on the roster, based on the reaction she's getting, which is mainly from shaking her tits.
Well, yes.
Which is what she says. But I think she's the most over woman on the roster right now.
And that's because at least in the middle of all of this repetition and nonstop chaos, this predominantly male audience can just look over there and there's Mina's memories.
But she acknowledges
Thanks for the memories.
But that's what it is. She doesn't pretend.
She not acknowledge it?
No, because every woman in wrestling has a fucking wedgie and their tits are hanging out and they're like, no, that's not, I don't have it out there for men to look at. It's because I like wrestling with a wedgie or whatever the fuck it is. She's out there saying, I know you like looking at my tits. Here they are. You like Mina. I like you. That's what she's doing. And it works because it's honest.
It works because it's just something else besides this other nonsense. But this is not the champagne bottle celebration that I saw the movie of 30 years ago. I'm not sure if they stole the script because the movie they were speaking in German, but this was not the plot. But if I would say it would be embarrassing for cable access television, but people on cable access television are trying, they have a thought that they're actually trying to get across, so I don't mean to demean them. But Mina, our friend Mina Mellons, see, that'd be her vivid video name, Mina Mellons.
Well, maybe in the 80s and 90s. I think now they've gone past, like, the funny names that are sexual. Now it's like everyone.
What, in porn?
I think it's now like NXT kind of names. Like here is.
Oh fuck that!
Brittany.
I want to see Dick Rambone and fucking Rod.
Dick Rambone.
Hard Rock.
Dick Rambone.
Yeah. But so Mina cannot even pronounce the English word. She's like the guy from the Philippines that Journey got to take Steve Perry's spot. He didn't speak English, but he can phonetically sing the fucking notes.
She's better than that. She actually studied English, so...
Well, she studied it doing what? Was she sitting there watching it being disemboweled?
Of all the things to critique this segment for, these aren't even the ones. This segment was...
I'm just starting at the top.
What was this segment? Whose idea was this segment?
That's apparently theirs. She can't pronounce English. Maria cannot act. Mina's facials, when she's not shaking and laughing, look like she's completely baffled at everything that's going on around her. And the thing is, Maria does... Well, yeah, actually, except if I was involved in it, that'd be what I was most puzzled about. Why am I in the middle of this? But Maria says that Mina is her one true friend. They're just like family. She couldn't have done it without her. And then they drink champagne with their arms interlocked. And then Mina starts screaming. And, I mean, screaming and screeching and like that. Whatever her scripted lines are, and then as she goes over to the middle of the stage and starts doing a stripper dance without taking anything off, Maria takes the champagne bottle and starts sneaking up behind her. Her best friend, her bosom buddy. And then Mina turns around and Maria swings and Mina ducks. And then they stare at each other, and then Mina spin kicks the bottle away, and they stare at each other again, and then Maria spits on Mina, more staring, and then Mina tackles Maria off the stage onto a table which doesn't break, and then they slide off onto the second one, which just collapses in the middle. Like it was, the first one was concrete and the second one was balsa wood. And then they both lay there while everybody's running up to see if they're okay. And then Mina gets up with fake blood coming from her mouth and she's screaming and starts chewing on Maria's head. And then the end. What?
When she kicked that bottle out of her hand, I said, this is amazing. These women are allowed to do whatever the fuck they want on this show. And they're going out there, and I like this stuff better than the Mercedes Moné stuff. This weird, they're the love of each other's lives, and then she was ready to throw her off that stage, or throw herself off that stage right away.
Well, yes. I mean, they were ready to just do the Thelma and Louise off the cliff. I don't, what in the, who wants to? Now this is going to lead to a match between them from this long friendship that we just learned about, 2 months ago?
Seriously, they should just make Mina like the host of the show, like Downtown Julie Brown or something. Like at random times throughout the show, she's just standing in the crowd talking to you, shaking her tits, because she likes to, and that's it. You have the promise of seeing her several times on the show, but none of these kind of segments or none of these matches. I think that would work better. Plus, it gets the hosting duties away from some of these other people.
Well, maybe they could make it Danny Garcia's mother could be the host.
Oh, that's not nice.
Well, no, she figured prominently in the video they did.
Well, it was her narration. That's right.
Yes, because she left him a voicemail where she gave him like a 2-minute pep talk on life. And they have a video of this bland, boring bowl of fucking oatmeal with no sugar, wearing fucking headphones with mope face on, standing at various fucking public monuments, listening apparently to his mother's inspirational voicemail. And that's I guess that's another way they can try to get him over and fail, because goodness gracious, on a Ritz cracker. What?
See, now you need to heal the feud with them, and they do a video where they're in various locations and they're playing their text messages and voicemails, and it's, when can we meet up? Fuck me. Just like all sorts of things like that that take away from all the seriousness.
Hey, it's going to be better in this upcoming match, so I'll tell this story again real quick. I've told it before, but it's been a while. But Tony Schiavone, when he was with Crockett, after he came back from Vince when Turner had bought the company. So it was with Turner. 1990. He's doing a lot of, office work as well as the announcing and et cetera. He's doing some of the paperwork and working with the commissions or this and that, whatever he's doing. He's got him a handheld audio tape recorder that he'll sit in a locker room and he'll like play his notes back, like call Sting at hotel under name Steve Borden, check on Sting's rental car, or call fucking Anderson under name Lundy, and check this and that. So we waited until he'd gone out to do one of the TV tapings, and Stan got a hold of his fucking handheld recorder, right? So now we find out later on, several days later, he was at home with his wife, Lois, and I think he had like 8 kids or whatever. He's got a multitude of children, and they were all very young at the time, and he's sitting around the fireplace at his little home in Charlotte, and he's listening to that tape, transcribing his notes, and all of a sudden a voice comes on. Call Bobby Eaton at hotel under name Eaton, Eaton, suck Bobby's dick. Call Stan Lane under name Lane, Lane, lick Stan's balls. He came out and he said, well, Lois didn't appreciate it.
Gave her some ideas.
Anyway, well, I'm not going to say anything about anything like that. Anyway, I'll save another story about Schiavone for a later date. So we had the video of Garcia with the audio from his mom giving him advice. They're stealing, stealing, as the big cat would say. They're stealing. Well, with Trent's mother has already done an angle. Now it's Danny's mother. I thought, they're all stealing my gimmick. I was the only one that was the mama's boy in the wrestling business.
Well, you did it right. You actually made it work. You can critique these other guys in the way they've used their mamas. You never even had to use your mama. You just had to say your name.
I use your mama. Nobody ever saw my mama.
You just had to say her name.
I just had to talk about her. Didn't even need to show up. For the TNT title, Danny Garcia versus Jack Perry. And at that point, I know that we are 2 hours and 15 minutes into this pay-per-view and 3 hours and 45 minutes with the preview. Or the pre-show or whatever it was. And they get on the floor again, and Knox is the referee again, so you're not going to get any semblance of anything. And at one point early on, old Jungle Jackoff power-bombed Garcia over the railing through a table and then buried him in garbage, which was kind of an apropos there. There's a line there somewhere. And he was there buried in garbage on the floor for a couple minutes without getting counted out for a 10 count. I mean, it's two guys that, Jungle Jack has driven off more people than he ever brought to begin with. And the whole Punk thing was the end of him because the people that left were like, they blamed him. And the people that are still around, but remember when it was better, blame him. And he's not a badass. He's seen the movie where he's some kind of psycho killer. And Psycho, the first part I'll fucking buy, but not killer.
Were you trying to do the Talking Head song, or those are just noises associated with a psycho killer?
Those were both.
No, it was not both.
It was a true to life story,
but certainly not the song.
They were writing about the woman that got killed on Love Rollercoaster when the Ohio players were in the studio next to the woman that was screaming because she was being murdered.
What?
They then wrote the song Psycho Killer about that.
But that's not how that. I don't even know if this story you just told is true, but that's certainly not how the song goes.
You never heard that the Ohio players on Roller Coaster of Love, say what? You never, one of the screams in there, the urban legend in 1977 or so was that was the scream from a girl in the studio next door who was killed by a vicious knife-wielding murderer, and her screams were caught on tape. Listen to the song.
I've never heard that, first of all. Second of all, I know that the Talking Heads were not in the studio next to them recording Talking Head 77. I know that.
That's where they stole it from. They recorded the song Psycho Killer about the Psycho Killer that was next to the studio where the Ohio players were doing.
I just Googled it, and I have an AI overview supplied by Google. There's an urban legend that a woman was murdered in the studio while the Ohio players recorded the song Love Rollercoaster for their album Honey.
Say what?
The legend claims that the scream on the track was from Esther Corday, or Cornette, the nude model on the album cover.
Yeah.
Who was stabbed by a band member, manager, or engineer. The legend has many variations, including she was complaining about the honey and fiberglass she was sitting on during the photo shoot, which permanently damaged her legs and ruined her modeling career.
Well, how would that have happened if she got kissed? She sat down on the shit and then they killed her.
The honey used in the photo shoot was actually an acrylic substance. Another urban legend is a woman fell off a roller coaster and the scream was captured on tape and added to the recording. And finally, the woman saw a rabbit killed outside the studio during the recording. But it says urban legend.
That one didn't get a lot of traction. Well, that's, it's the mainstream media, Brian. You got to know, you can't believe CNN and NBC and MSNBC and the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Atlanta Constitution and CBS News and Time Magazine. You got to go to the real sources, like the people that talk about the woman that got murdered in the studio next to Ohio players.
Yeah, by the way, how sick would that be? That would be a much bigger story. The woman was murdered. Then what happened? Then they took a nude photo of her and put her on the album cover, covered in honey. And then they put her scream on the title track, or the biggest hit single they ever had.
Well, see, at least it worked out that she was remembered.
All right, so it's been about 9 minutes since we started talking about Garcia versus
Okay, well,
Jungle Jack.
about 15 minutes into this thing, Perry brings the title belt in, and the referee stands there and stares at him. And Perry gives Garcia the belt and says, hit me with it. And the announcers are saying he doesn't need to win that way. Well, he wouldn't win that way anyway. If he hits him with it in front of the referee ought to disqualify him. But the referee should have disqualified the guy for bringing the fucking object into the ring to begin with, because he's standing there looking at him. So Garcia overacts and is conflicted, and then grabs the belt and gives it to the referee. And of course, I mentioned it's the corpse referee, Rick Knox. So instead of just holding it and keeping his eyes on what's going on like a normal human would do, he takes the belt and walks across the ring and is handing it out at he will not turn around, so that Perry can then give Danny the nut shot and then a big knee and get a 2 count. So now their balls are invulnerable. He kicked him right in the fucking balls.
What if he doesn't have any?
You got me there.
Then it wouldn't hurt.
And then moments later, the guy who got kicked in the balls, Garcia, gets up and gives Jungle Jack off a pile driver and gets a 2 count. And then Garcia chops Perry about 15 times over and over, bang, bang, and he's laying him into chops, and Perry's laughing at him. This little weaselly chicken shit motherfucker doesn't realize that if he's going to be a heel, it would be a gold mine for him to quit trying to look like goddamn Bomba the Jungle Boy and be a little pretty boy, dipshit, Hollywood entitled wannabe fucking celebrity trading on his father's fame and begging off from the big mean men that want to beat him up, and he could probably get some fucking heat. But instead, he wants to look like, fucking Ted Nugent in his goddamn Wango Tango period with the hair, and at 168 pounds or whatever, he wants to laugh at people that are beating the shit out of him. And then Garcia pile drove him again and then put him in the sharpshooter. And Perry tapped out. So multiple pile drivers didn't work on either guy, but that sharpshooter, that's some bad shit. They do that because their favorite wrestler did that. So that means it's a more devastating thing than having a hand grenade shoved up your ass with the pin pulled. I don't worry about that, but the sharpshooter. So Garcia is the new champion of whatever the fuck they were going for there.
Again, I've been saying it over and over. This match went way too long. The crowd was not into it for a variety of reasons, including the people in this. Got a nice pop at the end when Garcia finally won, but I think a lot of these pops, too, were like, they were happy the match was over. And
yes, relief pop.
For every complaint you've made over the years about various guys in AEW, Orange Cassidy's still there. A lot of people that aren't even there anymore. They're cosplay wrestlers, they play wrestlers. I don't think there's anyone that exemplifies that more than Jack Perry because of the gimmick. If you took this gimmick, and I'll use a name I used months ago when talking about Jack Perry stuff, if you put it out on Nick Camarado or a big guy where they're talking shit while they're getting beat up and they're driving around in a fucking shitty van and they're talking gibberish like they're fucking Raven about sacrificing something for whoever for no good reason, it would be something.
Somebody intimidating.
When it's someone smaller than the average listener's kids, there's a problem. Again, if he was going to be a chicken shit heel the same way Adam Cole should be, that's one thing. Give him a valet, let him be a chicken shit. But I guess that's not cool enough. Instead, he has to be something he clearly isn't. And also what he isn't is over. No one gives a shit. And I think Daniel Garcia, and it's kind of the story, the underlying story of the show. Daniel Garcia here, Wheeler Yuta later. AEW has doubled down and tripled down on these two guys that came in around the same time that have not picked up any muscle mass any size. They haven't filled out. And because people there like them, they're used in roles they're not ready for and that people aren't going to take to them in. Garcia has a little bit of grace with the fans. It can run out real quickly. His promos they're not for me, I'll say that. They're not, and again, he's another really small guy. He looks bigger because he's in there with a guy like Jack Perry, but he's another skinny, slim guy with no muscle mass. So I think that's, they just signed him to the deal. That's why I thought he was going to win, and he did.
You could get a little wiry 140-pound motherfucker that if he was nuts, you'd believe he'd try to gouge your eyes out, but this fucking inoffensive little milquetoast motherfucker is just, what? No. He's acting like Bruiser Brody. He's not as tough as Howard Brody.
Now.
Now, yeah. Howard could still take you, you little prick.
Or at least talk you to sleep.
Well, one or the other. You might pray for relief. He might read you 1992 from his notes.
But again, there's a difference between Garcia, who at least the fans have kind of gotten behind at times, and he's a little bit bigger than Jack Perry, who it kind of worked as Jungle Boy, although they did not do everything right and it did not go all the way, because the character was that he was a little Jungle Boy.
You get a little baby face, you get sympathy. But what is the scapegoat and what is his fixation on the transportation?
And by the way, he's the scapegoat. Why did he come out in a goat mask? Is there any reason that the scapegoat, like, they call me a scapegoat, I'll dress like a goat? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't think he understands the meaning of the word scapegoat. But also, why does the scapegoat, who's from Hollywood and had a TV star and movie star father, have to drive around in a black-painted used bread truck? See, that's it. It's just because it's cool for him to drive up in it and they can hit it with things and everything, but it doesn't make any sense and it's never explained.
See, that's a move for some heel to do a good promo. Like MJF a couple years ago would have been like prime guy to do the promo. You all got a problem with me because I flash the fact that I make money and I drive fancy cars. All these posers in the locker room, Moxley, Jack Perry, Darby, they're all millionaires and they're pretending that they're slumming it. Get out of here. Be yourselves. Put on a tuxedo.
All right, well, speaking of putting on a tuxedo, I think maybe, Ricochet, if you dressed him up as a penguin, I think that would be the gimmick. I can see him coming out and being dressed like a penguin, can't you?
It sounded ridiculous, and as you're saying it, I'm picturing it. Chili Willy was on.
It now. Chili Willy.
This was a special added attraction, a surprise match.
Yes.
And then the length of it was another surprise. And there's another one. It went 20 minutes.
Well, that's it. We laughed when we previewed the show. We said they'll probably add another match like on the pre-show. And I don't know when they added this, but it wasn't much before that. Ricochet versus Take a Shit for whatever reason we don't know. Otherwise, then they added it and they gave it 20 minutes or so to percolate. And it was a TV match. Again, and the same thing. They had a long fight on the floor to start out, and referee Aubrey Ed was standing there, muzzled as usual, shaking her head, doing nothing. Same as the crowd, doing nothing. And it was the same shit that everybody but MJF had been doing all night. But, now here's the thing. Take, with good booking and a manager who actually managed and talked about him, and in the traditional sense was his manager, to do interviews on a weekly basis on television for him and his ongoing programs, where he would have been brought in and gotten over as one of the top heels and then interact with the other main event guys. That world, he could be a main event guy here. I can buy it. He's big enough. He's good enough. In short bursts, we've seen that he can go in the ring and he's worth more and probably getting paid a lot less than every other Japanese import they've signed for big money. So if those parameters that I just mentioned had been met, he's a main event guy. Ricochet is not going to be a main event guy here. He does the same shit that the base core audience that's never going to leave likes, all the high-flying, aerobatic type of stuff. But he can't talk. There's no real personality there. There's no size, and he can do the flying, which they've gone through 15 other people that can do from England, Mexico, Tasmania, and wherever. So there's another high-priced fellow that is settled firmly into the middle of the card. And then when they ran out of shit to do back and forth to each other, Ricochet went to the top and Take a Shit just stopped him and gave him a superplex and pinned him 1, 2, 3. So again, another heel just out-wrestled a babyface, didn't cheat, and management didn't interfere. Who does these fucking finishes? But they was the right finish because Take a Shit has more upside than Ricochet right now. I don't know, you tell me.
No, he clearly does. And, you talk about the other Japanese wrestlers that AEW has signed. He's clearly, I think, the most valuable one out of all of them. And he's also the one you'd probably not want WWE to sign the most. He was
and probably the only one that you would have to worry the WWE would sign.
Well, right now, I don't think they're signing Ishii or Ibushi. Can't walk. He was the right guy to win, but this was the wrong match to have, a 20-minute match here this late in the show.
Well, it was built up so carefully by how?
There was an 8-man all-star match. I guess they were both on opposite sides of that, so that...
Oh, that's right. Yes.
But that's the thing. If you're going to do a surprise match like this late in the card, and it goes 20 minutes after every match has gone 20 minutes with diminishing returns from the crowd in terms of noise, energy, and attention, you got to rethink things. And if you're going to put Takeshita over anyway, and it's AEW, and Takeshita beating Ricochet won't even hurt Ricochet, why not just do this in 5 minutes and make it as fast and action-packed and exciting as you can for 5 minutes? Then it has some impact. Oh shit, did you see that? Best 5 minutes on the show. Instead, it was another endless match.
Well, or they could have saved it for TV and had 20 minutes of them on television, where the TV show is not allowed to run for 5.5 hours, because at that point, we were 3 hours into the pay-per-view, 4.5 hours total, and we've still got the double main events coming up. And here, have this one.
Did you know
there's more of it?
Did you know it was a double main event? Did you know Swerve Lashley was one of the main events? Because I didn't know it until they said it on the pay-per-view.
Well, I think they pretty much figured out that, boy, looking at that card, we made a mistake with our world title match, and nobody gives a shit about most anything else, so maybe they'll be interested in Swerve and Lashley. And I can't say it was not misplaced. Because, and I mean, remember, Swerve was the guy that was just kicking ass and winning everything and doing everything, and then the people started liking him, and instantly, as soon as they realized the people started liking him, everybody beat the shit out of Swerve. He got everything taken away from him. And then he switched back heel again, we thought, and people kind of liked him again, but then now they just like to yell Swerve's house when Nana yells whose house, and otherwise they're not yelling much, and there's not many people in the house. And this is what I was talking about earlier, is that Swerve versus Lashley, great main event, great pay-per-view match, not this quick. And with what they've done on television, I made mockery of it the other day when Swerve came out and knocked Lashley on his ass twice the third week he's been on television or whatever. And then you knew that Lashley had to win this match because it's too early for him to get beat, but it's too early for him to have a match with Swerve. They were going for, if Swerve and Lashley were equivalently over in their world, on their roster, in their presentation, and then, boy, we have this big match, but Lashley just got there, and they've done damage to Swerve with the booking to where Swerve is still at a point where he needs to look fairly strong because he's had a lot taken away from him. But Lashley can't be selling now because he just got there and he's the biggest beast in the fucking zoo. So don't have this match right now. Have Lashley against a mid-card babyface in his first pay-per-view appearance that he can fucking demolish. And they have no patience and they don't know how to time anything or how to get somebody in and get them over to a level. And again, for the people who didn't hear it, I'm not saying Lashley's not over with wrestling fans. More people know who he is than most people on this show. But in this environment, position him. How are we to take him as viewers? And when he in front of 600,000 people on TV, Swerve just knocked him on his ass and made bumblefucks out of his manager and partner. And for a sixth of that audience, Bobby Lashley beats the shit out of Swerve. You're supposed to want to pay to see the babyface get even, which means you do the angle where you get the heat on the heel in front of the most people, and then make them pay to say. Now, having said all that about the timing, this was probably the best match on the show for business reasons, for accomplishing something, for the right finish, and for, both guys involved being main event level talent in this situation. And Lashley was dominant through most of it and manhandled Swerve, and Swerve fought from underneath, and both of their stuff looked good. Nobody looked like they was silly or fucking, they didn't stand there and allow each other to be chopped. Lashley's not going to go for that. He's too smart for that. And they did a little business with Shelton where he tried to interfere a couple times and they kicked him out of ringside. And then Swerve had to fight later on in the match to really open up and get his shit. And then he jumped off the stairs and double stomped Lashley through the Spanish announce desk, which looked great to me. And that's kind of, if that had been the only time we'd seen a human being, male or female, fly through a fucking table or a desk that night, wow, can you imagine? But it was like number 5 or whatever. But then, he gets a 2 count with the double stomp. And then Lashley rolls to the floor and belly-to-bellied Swerve on the floor and speared him through the railing. And then got back in the ring and speared him again and got the hurt lock on him, and a referee rang the bell. It wasn't too long. It wasn't silly. They didn't try to recreate their Japanese wrestling heroes' signature moves. Swerve was the agile, gymnastic type because that's his style, but Lashley kept him grounded enough that it didn't get ridiculous. And, again, it was a great debut for Lashley to get him over to face a top guy, but he was already in the ring with a top guy. And, I just wish the timing had been better for this match. They could have run Swerve and Shelton for a pay-per-view match and maybe even a couple, 6 weeks on TV. And then here comes Lashley and but whatever. And then they rolled Nana in and he begged and groveled and then they hurt locked Nana. But can they please let Nana just say, fuck it, I'm going to go down swinging and throw a couple punches because he's a babyface manager. People are supposed to like him. And they don't like cowards and people who don't help their friends out. But do you agree with me that based on this field, that if Bobby Lashley had not debuted with the way Shelton Benjamin has looked, you going to tell me that Shelton versus Swerve couldn't have been a pay-per-view match to lead to the next big pay-per-view with Swerve versus Lashley?
Potentially. I mean, there's a whole lot of done wrong here. And I don't think Swerve's booking, despite him getting over with the fans, which, is kind of going the other way, it seems like at certain points lately. But despite that, the booking around him's been horrible. Nothing makes any real sense. Things are escalated to ridiculous degrees for no good reason. And he's eaten a couple of pins lately. With that said, going into this, Lashley needed to go out there and just destroy him.
Yeah.
He needs to destroy everyone in his way right now. So when I say there's a whole lot of nothing good here, the match shouldn't have happened. Now, they did Swerve and Shelton on TV a few weeks ago. So obviously you couldn't bring that back.
Well, yeah, no, but that's what I mean. If they'd have started out with the thought that MVP is going to bring in Shelton, and Shelton and Swerve are going to have a problem and an ongoing issue leading to a pay-per-view match, and then we'll put Swerve over, but here comes Lashley. Then they could have got more time to build everything, and Shelton wouldn't have been cast aside so quickly, and you'd get more mileage.
And I worry about Shelton right now because I see that he's in the Continental Classic tournament, so either he's going to win or he's about to eat a bunch of pins in the tournament from people that you're like, how the fuck is he in there with this guy? How's it competitive? But the other thing is, with Lashley, with Shelton, and with MVP, out here, every time we've seen them in front of the camera, at the press scrum, where they stole the show, they're always dressed like star athletes. The star athlete, typically throughout history, didn't walk around dressed like a bum. Usually either the team required there to be a dress code or they just realized, I don't want to look like a bum. Wrestlers, there's a lot of wrestlers who are multimillionaires who still think, I want to dress like a bum. I guess for the bum credibility. The bum audience is a big demo. But every time you see Lashley, MVP, and Shelton, they're dressed like star athletes. They're dressed like stars. They carry themselves that way.
What's MVP stand for?
Montavious Voluminous.
Allegedly, but the play on word MVP, most valuable player.
Right.
Talking about blue chip athletes.
What does it stand for?
Babies.
What does it stand for? What is his name? Tell me his name.
Montel Vontavious Porter.
Is that it?
That's it.
It's Montel, it is?
It's not Montel, it is. It's Montel Vontavious.
I meant I didn't realize it was he never says his name.
He never says his name?
The sad thing is you wait for Tony to blow something when there's something that, I feel like, in a way, people don't go for the layup. They think they have to make things complicated, but there's a layup right here with the Hurt Syndicate. The way they carry themselves, how over Lashley has been on the shows. We'll see what they do, but...
Well, the good thing is that with a lot of the other guys, most of the other guys, maybe all the other guys, except MVP, not only does Tony have input, but they also have input. And that's why a lot of this shit is so indie.
But the problem is they have to work with other people. So
but
they have input, so does Will Washington and Swerve.
Well, yeah, but with MVP and Lashley and Shelton, you've got three guys who are very smart to the wrestling business and know how to present themselves and know how to get themselves over. And you can't tell everybody to do everything. Some of this stuff, even if it's booked bad, a lot of the stuff boils down to bad instincts, bad training, and bad psychology amongst the talent. And at least you don't have that with these guys. And they may do some stupid shit, like everybody else does in this company, because that's the way that it's booked or that's the way that it's worked out. But nobody's going to be trading chops with Bobby Lashley. And nobody's going to be fucking, doing goddamn leaping tombstone pile drivers with Shelton Benjamin. Because they would have to allow that, and they're not going to. Anyway, are you ready for the big main event, Brian?
Oh, boy. This was a long show, and then came the main event, and all I'm thinking is I want to see how they're going to pull this off. Because what happened is what I thought would happen. The fans got so behind Orange Cassidy here wanting this Moxley stuff to end that they thought it was going to happen. And quite frankly, if there was ever a time to put the belt on Orange Cassidy,
good Lord.
I'm not a fan of all this with AEW, but we're thinking like, Tony, this may have been the night based on the reaction
Nah.
And then it just devolved into every bad Dynamite ending you've ever seen, all in one match. I don't know what happened here.
Well, first of all, they can't put the belt because they would have to live with that shame. They would have to live with that shame and infamy all through history because it would be written in their history. Pockets was the world champion. But and obviously they're setting Darby up for the thing, which, again, there's another 140-pound guy that can beat Moxley, but at least people like him.
Which thing? The wacky races idea I've had?
No.
But everyone just driving around cars crashing into each other? That was my idea?
They're going to do that for free on television, but it'll eventually be Moxley and Darby for the soul of AEW somehow. But you talked about just a second ago, the Hurt Syndicate, dressing like stars, looking like star professional athletes. Moxley comes out dressed like he shops at homeless camps. He used to have some type of wrestling gear, didn't he? Now he just said, fuck it, a sweatshirt and sweatpants. And he came out first, and he's the world champion. But since the building was bigger than or the crowd at least was bigger than there normally is on their tapings, it took him longer to get to the ring because he has to walk in from the parking lot. So the mascot came out second, and we had the world title on the line between Plumber Moxley and our little puppy Pockets. And they're doing the introduction, and at John Moxley, he didn't get Moxley out. Pockets runs over and hits him with a Superman punch. And then another one. And then another one. And then dives on him out on the floor, and they started the fight on the floor. We are 5 hours into this goddamn show, and every single match that they have had, except for Big Boom, AJ, and the Twizzler, has had fighting on the floor. And then Pockets goes over and gets on top of Moxley on one of the announce desks and hits like 20 fake punches where he's not even trying. No, they're not being registered because they're not making any contact. It's embarrassing. They fought into the arena and around the ring for minutes at a time. Another indie-style garbage match because that's where their minds are at. Moxley stomps Pockets into the stairs so he can get a little color. At first it was a pap smear, but then a little bit came eventually. Let's see. Moxley DDTs Pockets on the stairs. They haven't been in the ring in over 5 minutes at that point. Moxley pile drove Pockets for a 2 count. So again, even this guy who looks like just your average buggy whip armed fuck that might be at a local gym on the treadmill looking at his fucking phone. Pile driver, that's a 2 count. And they went back to the floor and the desk and the stairs. And then Moxley would kick Pockets in the head, and Pockets would ask him to do it again, so he would. And then Moxley would no-sell some of the other clown shit. And I read 12 minutes in, I wrote, it's old. It's way old. Then they traded the slaps into forearms. They had a slap fight, then the forearm thing, then Pockets stood there and let Moxley hit him over and over. And then he put his hands in his pockets and started kicking Moxley's shin. Again, they don't. And then Pockets hit 3 or 4 Superman punches and got a 2 count. And that's where Claudio and Pac showed up. And then O'Reilly and Rocky Romero and the Potato Ishii showed up and were fighting Pac and Claudio. So now 3 baby faces and 2 fucking heels. But I thought he told them, don't come out and help me.
That is what he said to him. By the way, what a babyface stable to save the other guy. Oh my God. Once Ishii's out there as the babyface making the save, it's ridiculous.
Well, O'Reilly is so skinny, he looks like an asparagus sprout. You've got Ishii's a potato. If Rocky Romero could impersonate a salmon croquette, you'd have a nice little dinner there.
I'm not even sure if the fans know who Rocky Romero is. Because all of a sudden he was just standing next to these guys, and he's never really been introduced in a meaningful way.
No, we know because he's been around for a long time, and he's wrestled in Japan. But no, he just started showing up. He's like a wedding crasher. He just showed up and mixed in, and nobody said anything. I wonder one of these days, somebody go check his papers. And then Willow Nightingale came out and tackled Marina Shafir. And so they
that got a big pop. And, and they did it the right way, too. They didn't play her music. They let her just run out.
But think about this. Marina Shafir is the only one. Nobody's touched her. Nobody has had any offense on her. Nobody's done anything to her. She's been kicking the shit out of people. That's why they popped. Because they haven't seen it. They've seen all these people be bludgeoned to death. Which is another lesson for them. So then Pocket's got the briefcase that's allegedly supposed to have the title belt in it, but you can tell by the way they're swinging it around. That belt ain't in that case. It's an empty fucking Halliburton or whatever briefcase.
Where is that belt? When was the last time we saw it?
Did somebody lose it or pawn it?
In Cincinnati?
Well, you never know. Maybe it was put up as a side bet in one of those amateur jiu-jitsu tournaments or death jitsu. I'll put my belt up against your car, man.
I'll put my belt up against that big guy over there. Oh, I lost.
I used to have a belt. All right.
Yeah, there's some janitor walking around the AEW Championship. I won this in a jiu-jitsu tournament the other day right here in the school gym. You wouldn't believe it.
The guy at Home Depot, he's got it hanging over the thing on his cart when he's pushing the lumber out to the parking lot. Anyway, they nailed Moxley with the briefcase, got a 2 count. We're 20 minutes into this thing. Then Moxley drew the referee's attention, and Pockets was milking the punch, but Moxley had the referee in the way, and there came Wheeler Useless into the ring and leveled Pockets with whatever and rolled out the other side. And then Moxley grabbed him and hit the fucking double-arm DDT. At least he didn't drop him like he drops the Japanese guys, like they're Fabergé eggs. He dropped Pockets here. Cover 1, 2, 3, and the crowd went mild. It was like, ah.
Well, the problem was, again, like the Chris Statlander match, I think the fans there got hyped up to a point because of what was happening and the direction it was pushing in, they thought they were going to get the title change. And not only did they not get it, but someone who isn't over in any way in Wheeler Yuta, who's being shoved down everyone's throats because Jon Moxley loves him. This is his young boy. He got to pick anyone, and he picked the guy who isn't over that no one cares about.
You mean this is the guy that's washing Moxley's balls, at least whenever those balls get washed?
Well, he ran in there, and he interfered, and that was the finish. So it deflated people on a number of levels, and this may be one of the most deflated endings to an AEW pay-per-view ever.
Well, it's not quite over yet, as we'll get to, but that's the thing. Somebody's out there going to say, well, you're supposed to want the challenger to win. Yes, you're supposed to always want the challenger to win and beat the champion in the normal psychology of wrestling, but not because, oh, God, we're so sick of this fucking goof with his fucking belt. Can this guy just fucking beat him, please, and get it off of him?
You know what the other thing, too, is I think a lot of people don't understand history. So a lot of people are like, we're just doing stuff like the Four Horsemen, where we interfere and we keep the belts and we help each other. Fans got sick of the run-ins. Fans got sick of the shit finishes. They expected it. They would stand up and turn. Now, with Moxley's crew, obviously, you have to turn the other way.
By the way, think about this. It was much less overdone and much more controlled, and they still got sick of it.
So I think, with the Moxley stuff, again, it's a slapdash crew of people. Claudio and Pac and Marina and Wheeler Yuta and Moxley. It's just not clicking. The ratings haven't been going up. In fact, the segments with them at the end of the show have nosedived. I think fans are ready to move on from this. AEW fans are ready to move on from this. And they had a glimmer of hope for a moment there. They lost that, and then Wheeler Yuta interfered to go right to the finish, which was a dead finish. and then there was a really stupid ending to the show. You're right, beyond the actual finish of the match.
Well, yeah, this is where I'm going to enlist your help here real quick because, okay, Moxley, DDT, 1, 2, 3. We're back where we started from. Moxley's the champion. And then Moxley and Wheeler grab pockets and hold him down and pour a bottle of bleach in his face. What?
When a plastic bag just won't do.
Unless we're going to have a bleach on a pole match. Why was that necessary?
Tony, is it okay if I feed him some Drano? Yeah, sure, John, whatever you want. Yeah, okay. Sounds great.
So they pour the bottle of bleach in his face, and the announcer said, oh, my God, that's why they clean the ring surface with that. And you can smell the caustic chemicals. And Hangnail Adam Page comes in, hits the ring, and hits Wheeler with a chair. And then Moxley and Page face off. So now is Page is taking up for pockets. He's saving him. Is he coming back to take up for AEW? But before we can figure that out, Christian Cage comes in, who we know is a heel, and hits his finish on Moxley. And he's dropped the clipboard or the metal case that the contract for an AEW world title match that he's got is in. So Page reluctantly hands Christian Cage the contract case and leaves. So he came out just to hit a guy with a fucking chair and then left. And then Christian goes to cash in because he's laid Moxley, the other heel, out with his finish. But Jay White comes in, who is a babyface, we think, who fought Adam Page earlier in the night. But since Page is gone, White hits his finish on Christian Cage. But then Claudio and Pac come back in and beat up Jay White. And then all of Moxley's crew gathers together and leaves the arena. And the fans are standing there going, is that it? And then you cut to Moxley and his crew in the garage, and they're in their truck or their parking lot, the parking area. And they're going to leave, but a car runs into their pickup truck that they run around in the desert in. A car runs into it, knocks it sideways, so they turn around, give a big boot to the valet parking guy, grab a set of car keys hanging on a hook, and immediately the SUV is right there, and they've grabbed the right keys, and they jump in that and carjack that vehicle to get out of there, which, by the way, anybody that's ever valet parked a car knows it takes the valet 10 minutes to find your fucking keys. He's the one that put them there. And then as they steal the SUV and leave, it's Darby Allin in the car that ran into their truck, and he jumps out. That's right. You fucking leave, you fucking cowards. And he goes and tries to beat up their pickup truck with his skateboard, and quickly finds out, I don't know how it used to be, but now that they got safety glass and the like, you can't do a lot of damage to a pickup truck with a fucking skateboard. But he was trying. So
he was bleeding too. Did he really did they say just crash that car into that car no matter what?
I guarantee you that he crashed the car into the other car and hit the fucking windshield, because they're all idiots. And they think they can just do this shit because, well, we've established Darby's not that smart. But anyway, so I don't know what Adam Page was doing in there. He just stopped in to fucking hit a guy with a chair and then stare at Moxley and leave.
See, that was intriguing for a second. It was like, okay, this is different. I didn't even think about the idea of Moxley versus Adam Page. That's a interesting turn. And then once Christian comes in and then Jay White, it was just too much. Just people just one after another, and nothing was happening. Christian never cashes in this thing. Why did they have to copy Money in the Bank? Whose idea was it? Hey, we need Money in the Bank, and then Christian will keep teasing this thing forever. As if he's not annoying enough.
Besides that, why didn't we get to see whether they were pumping pumping Pockets' stomach or not because he swallowed a half pint of bleach? How did he get out of there? Was he blinded? Did the bleach eat his retinas and they had to carry him out? What? People just disappear when their scene is no longer, active. So it's just a mess. Again, the 30 minutes to get the fucking match and the entrances out of the way, and then the bleach attack, and then the run in, and then run in number 2, and then run in number 3, and then run into in the parking lot with the car and the fucking. And that was the end of that.
So, to my idea earlier of AEW Dynamite becoming less about wrestling, more about wacky races and tits. I joke, but I think we're on the road there. Everyone has a car.
What about wacky tits?
I don't, it sounds better in concept than I think it would play out in theory. Or
you may be right.
Or in execution, I guess is the word I'm looking for there. But speaking of wacky tits, Tony Khan, another pay-per-view. Everything's great. Everything's wonderful. But, the pay-per-views, I'll be surprised if this isn't the lowest buy rate. Legitimately, despite whatever they put out there. Because we've been able to determine Tony and AEW are full of shit when it comes to public information. But the fan interest, and then the interest of the fans that actually went there, it's getting close to being non-existent.
I'm just... Someone besides us, maybe they won't listen to us, but someone is bringing up many, if not all, of these same points. One would have to think. Somebody somewhere that they listen to or that they talk to, maybe without listening, is saying some of the same things, and they choose instead to do more of the same thing, and more of the same thing is running people off. You got to pick the right talent. You got to do the right things with the right talent, and then the talent has to be given the opportunity to get over on their own, and all those things have to go hand in hand. And they started with a gimme because of the incredible heat that the WWE had with a large group of wrestling fans, and they were willing to give the new thing, a look and a try and a chance. And that new thing did a million to a little over 1 million people on television. And now it's doing a little over half of that. Because they stopped being mad at the other company that makes all the stars. And they ran all the stars off of this company and replaced them with children. That it's visually ridiculous to look at. And like I said, Hollywood casting, y'all want to be directors, producers, cinematographers, actors, stars. You got to have somebody doing the casting, and they have to look the fucking part.
Well, there's a lack of that show-wide. But, there's some promise. I mean, you got to hope that MVP, Lashley, and Shelton won't be involved in too much stupid stuff. But, again, Swerve and his team and their booking has had a lot of problems. MJF, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm going to be hopeful that maybe all this Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly stuff is a ticket out of the MJF involvement. But we'll see. But the Moxley stuff, it's killing the shows. It's killing the spirit. It's bad. Guys out there in his green corduroys wrestling. The fuck out of here.
You want to get the fuck out of here?
Let's get the fuck out. Wait, one last thing. Let me hit you with some breaking news. Not that it's big news.
And we also got to say, I don't even know if they'll hear it by then, but happy Thanksgiving weekend and that general time frame to all of the people out there.
That's
before
right.
We go. But what are you hitting me with breaking?
Not big news, but as we are recording, WWE has announced it's interesting news. Saturday, December 14th, Saturday night's main event on Long Island, Nassau Coliseum, 8 p.m. on NBC. The main event, Cody Rhodes versus Kevin Owens.
Oh!
What do you think about that? They're not going to do it Survivor Series. They're holding it back until Saturday night's main event.
Well, again, Survivor Series is kind of fucking loaded, right? With the Bloodline thing. So
there's 3 matches.
But they need a ratings match. What the fuck?
If Owens is leaving, and I know people think like, oh, he's definitely not leaving now, but if he is that a reason to hold a main event like that on free TV to have Cody go over than on pay-per-view?
No, and plus we're pretty sure he's not leaving, like you said. But no, again, they want to, on network television, they want a big number, and they don't have to waste all of their top matches on pay-per-view anymore because they're doing so well, so they can spread this around. And so I think that's a good idea to do it on the Saturday night's main event, because that can be a special. It's like when Dusty would every once in a while he'd advertise a special match that was only going to happen there and not everywhere on the TBS show, even though it was just a local match for Baltimore or whatever. You got so many matches, let's use this one on another program.
Do you think they have to do something different in the past? Since like 92 even, I think. Whenever they've done Saturday night's main event, and there's been large gaps in between, it feels just the same as any other WWE show now. Originally, it really stood apart from the syndicated shows. Do you do something different so that it has a different feel? Obviously, Ventura is under contract. A lot of people expect him to be involved. But do you make it a different kind of show than SmackDown and Raw?
Yeah, well, I think part of the reason why that it was different before was just the nature of it being on network versus the other programs being produced exclusively by Vince. The production was way up because it was an NBC thing, and it was formatted differently because there was, kind of like a house show card with a big main event and other competitive matches instead of squashes at the time. And then also because it was formatted where the big match would go on early because 11:30 to 1 they were fighting sleep. I expect the difference that you were talking about is when the production gap closed and everything started looking like great production, it didn't stand out as much, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't try to do something that is a different look or something to differentiate it as a network program, as kind of like, if nothing else, to that network and to any other networks out there. Well, look what we can do. Something like that. They're going to step it up a little bit, I would think.
One last thing. This will be on, I believe, 8 p.m. Saturday night's main event originally, 11:30, replacing Saturday Night Live. I'm about to say replacing Saturday night's main event, replacing Saturday Night Live.
It'll probably do 1/5 of the audience that the old show did at 11:30 at 8 o'clock these days, but go ahead.
Well, that was my question. Just talking about the difference in the feel and the look from Raw and SmackDown, do you think it would almost be beneficial to have something, a rare thing that's, once a quarter or whatever, maybe even less than that starts at 11:30?
Well, no, I don't think that would be bad at all. I think they could have some kind of a late night show that they may be able to open up their content with a little bit more, which is kind of the idea Vince had for Shotgun Saturday Night, and then it all went to hell. But regardless of the time period, I think if they're going to do something regularly in terms of quarterly, I really think it's a good idea, and it looks like they're already trying to do that, to build something a month out to make it special. Instead of, Tony did the opposite in AEW with the Battle of the Belts. It's the least popular show they do, when it was named after a special where it was a bigger deal than all the other programs. So they definitely need the WWE, however often they're going to do this, to make it something, to make it a destination, to make it stand out, maybe return or reveal new talent or some type of big match or a title on the line or whatever the case, as it goes forward, for each show to have something to hang its hat on. But that's just me.
And this is your show.
And it's over with. Thank you for sticking with us through all of this stuff today, folks. And happy Turkey Day wherever you are. And if it's afterwards, happy Leftovers Day. And We'll be back with Brian and his drive-through before you even know that we were gone. Until then, thank you, fuck you, and bye-bye, everybody.